we invite you to do that with us if you choose, and there is a flag right here. So if you would like to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please join us. I pledge allegiance In addition to saying the pledge, we always focus our meeting by restating the mission of the City School District of Albany, which is to work in partnership with our diverse community to engage every learner in a robust educational program designed to provide the knowledge and skills necessary for success. Superintendent Adams, do you have a report for us?
Yes, I do. Good evening, and thank you so very much, Madam President and members of the board. A very important and noteworthy development for the City School District of Albany occurred at our January 31st board meeting. At that meeting, the board accepted the retirement notification of Deputy Superintendent of Business and Finance, Mr. Bill Hogan. After a career that spans more than 30 years in school finance, including the last 11 shepherding our school district through good finances and challenging times, Mr. Hogan is planning to hang up his abacus this summer. He has managed just about everything and anything a school business official could imagine doing during his time in Albany, and then some. He has done it day in and day out with a calm, steady demeanor that belies the enormous amount of responsibility on his plate. Along with the critical work of managing all of our financial affairs, Mr. Hogan has been responsible for most of our operational functions at one time or another: buildings and grounds, maintenance, construction, food service, transportation, security. He has also served as our de facto real estate expert. He has been instrumental in our government affairs. He has been a trusted advisor to me and some of the superintendents he has served before my arrival here in Albany. He has done it all with the best interest of our students, faculty, staff, families, and the community in the forefront of his decisions at all times. I know Mr. Hogan still has plenty of work to do before he rides off into the sunset, but I wanted to take this time to acknowledge his pending retirement and thank him publicly, not for the last time, but for all of his dedicated service for these past 11 years. With spring just around the corner, we are starting to look ahead at the annual state test in ELA and math for students in grades 3 through 8. The ELA exam is coming up on April 2nd and April 3rd. The math exam will follow on May 1st and May 2nd. These state tests are one of many tools that we use to measure how well our students are mastering and learning the standards that guide classroom instruction. They help ensure that students are on track to graduate from high school with the critical thinking, problem solving, and reasoning skills needed for success in college and in the modern workplace. The test also helps students and districts measure how they are progressing with the learning standards. We will be sending home information about the upcoming state test to our families this weekend. The enrollment in our district is something that we are ever mindful of as we constantly look to improve our delivery of quality instruction. On tonight's agenda, we are sharing a presentation about our enrollment plans for the 1919-1920, I'm in the wrong year, right? The 2019 and the 2020 school year. There are a number of factors driving the proposals that you will hear about, and changes that the board is considering would have a potential impact on 5 schools beginning in the fall: Arbor Hill, Edmund J. O'Neill Middle School of Excellence, North Albany Academy, Phillips Schuyler Achievement Academy, and Sheridan Preparatory Academy. Following tonight's discussion, we will hold meetings for families, faculty, and staff at each of these schools so that we can hear about them and answer any questions that you may have. Please mark your calendars for the following dates: North Albany, Monday, March 11th, O'Neill, Tuesday, March 12th. Families from Sheridan Prep are also invited to attend this meeting. Schuyler Achievement Academy, Monday, March 18th, and Arbor Hill on Tuesday, March 19th. Each of these meetings will begin at 6 p.m. It will be critical for us to hear from our stakeholders in advance of the board's next meeting, March 21st, so that feedback can inform the board's next steps. Please note that we are also changing the location of the March 21st meeting to North Albany Academy. The meeting had originally been scheduled for Albany High. March is Music in Our Schools Month, and we kicked off the observance with Wednesday night's All-City Strings concert at Hackett Middle School. It was an excellent performance by all of our student musicians. I had the pleasure of attending the performance, and I'm so impressed with the talent of our students and the commitment of our educators in the delivery of quality instruction for our students. We are looking forward to the All-City Band concert at Myers Middle School next Wednesday, March 13th, and the All-City Chorus concert at Myers on Wednesday, March 20th. Please also mark the date of Saturday, March 16th to catch our Albany Marching Falcons in both of our cities' St. Patrick's Day parades. The Marching Falcons will perform in the North Albany Parade at noon, followed by the city's main parade at 2 p.m. Also, a reminder that you may help support the Marching Falcons in their upcoming trip to France by donating your empty bottles and cans at the Capital Redemption Center. The Redemption Center is located at 610 Clinton Avenue. When you make your drop-off, please ask that the proceeds go to support the Albany Marching Falcons. The Marching Falcons will be the only American school district marching band performing in the 75th anniversary D-Day ceremonies in Normandy in June. March is also National Women's Month. I am honored to have been invited by the Times-Union to serve as the keynote speaker at their inaugural Conversations from the C-Suite Leadership Breakfast next Wednesday. This is a new addition to the newspaper's monthly Women at Work Breakfast series. The conversations will focus on the perspectives of women in leadership positions throughout the Capital Region. Next Wednesday's program is at the Time-Union's Hearst Media Center. It begins at 8:15 a.m. Thank you again to the Times-Union for this outstanding recognition. A reminder that the annual magnet and pre-kindergarten lotteries are next Wednesday. They will be conducted at Toast at 10 a.m. Following the lotteries, families who applied will receive a letter with further instructions about enrolling or about the waiting pool opportunities. If you have any questions about the lotteries, please contact our Magnet Schools office at 518-475-6551. Our school district is hosting an event later this month for families throughout the Capital Region whose children are affected by autism spectrum disorder. This free event will be held at Montessori Magnet School from 5:30 to 7 p.m. on Tuesday, March 26th. The event will feature sensory stations for children, performers, music and art therapy, therapy dogs, and dozens of community and state agencies. There also will be raffles and refreshments. Free busing is available from some areas. Please visit albanyschools.org for more information. STEM and STEAM instruction and opportunities for our students is an important area of emphasis in our goal to increase student achievement by focusing on unique factors that impact student success. I am happy to announce that the City School District of Albany will have a significant presence at the Back to School STEM Exposition on Saturday, September 21st, 2019 at the Empire State Plaza. More information will be forthcoming. I'm looking forward to our presentation on this topic later in tonight's meeting. I am also excited to welcome the members of our Albany High School robotics team, along with faculty advisor Brent Cady. So if you'll come to the microphone here. Team 1493 is getting ready to defend its regional championship at the annual first robotic competition at RPI this weekend. They were at RPI practicing earlier today, and the competition begins Friday and concludes on Saturday. Our communications division has produced a brief video highlighting the opportunities of our students in Albany High's Robotics Club. We will watch the video first, and then Mr. Cady and his students will tell us more about the robotics team.
The Albany High First Robotics team has been around for 16 years. The goals of the club are to increase students' interest in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. Besides working on building a robot, students learn various life skills: teamwork, problem solving, and real-world engineering problems.
Tons of hands-on learning with machines, running CNCs, CAD work. We're designing, we're fabricating, we're brainstorming, all the elements of the robot, and then administrative jobs too, like planning dinners and social media, all happens.
Everyone's ideas are welcomed, and we're in a team building environment, so everyone's ideas are built upon, so we don't neglect anyone from having an opportunity to share their thoughts. And then also when it comes to problem solving, a lot of times we might fix a problem, but we also try to find ways that we can improve on something, because we know we can always do better.
We learned how to follow a schedule because we have such a short amount of time to actually build the robot. I love the feel of the community in this team and the entire First Robotics because it's competitive, but it's also very cooperative.
So teamwork here is probably the most important thing that we do, because if we didn't have teamwork, we wouldn't have a robot that would do anything. So with teamwork, it's a lot of working together, listening to other people's ideas even when you don't like them, just encouraging everybody to share their ideas.
It's a program that's growing, so we hope that people are never discouraged to join, because especially here, everyone's always welcome to come and join and learn about robotics. It doesn't even matter the extent of the knowledge that you know, it just matters that you're here and you're ready to work.
We just got back from RPI. A group of 5 of us went today to practice and get our robot ready for the upcoming competition the next few days at RPI. We would like to invite anyone from the Albany to come and see the competition firsthand. We have about 25 students who've put in countless hours the last 8 weeks building a robot to compete against teams from the Capital District. There's teams from Brazil, Turkey, all over the world to compete against us, and we are the defending champs, so we're looking to defend our title. The camaraderie and the working together with the students is a real highlight of my day. I have spent 4 years with some of these students, and it's beautiful to see them grow. Even today, our robot was finished, and we went around and helped other teams who had problems, things they needed to fix, and the students went out of their way to go and help other schools get their robot up and running. So that was just a really nice thing to see. Students come full circle from not knowing even how to use a screwdriver to now showing kids on other teams how to use things the correct way and fix their robots. It's just a really worthwhile program, and they get a lot out of it. We have a few seniors on the team, so maybe they can talk about where they're planning on hopefully going to college or applying.
Well, I'm actually going on a gap year to Israel for the next year. After that, I do plan on going to college and studying engineering and a few other things, hopefully. Actually, I want to talk about Detroit a little bit. So last year, we did end up winning the championship here and making our way to Detroit. That whole process, we hope to repeat this year and end up going back to Detroit. The whole thing is very time consuming and takes a lot of time and effort from our mentors as well. So I just want to thank our mentors and all the teachers that have worked with us over the past few years. So thank you.
Pull the thing out. There it goes. I've always wanted a mic. This is so nice. Okay. I want to talk about this year's robot. It is very nice. We've power coded it. Oh, okay. So I don't want to do too loud over there. Everyone can hear me. Well, today we went there at 8. The doors open. We put everything together. We went out there. The matches started at 12. And there was practice matches. We practiced. We calibrated everything. So to get ready for tomorrow, and the whole team is going to be there tomorrow. Hopefully, everyone gets to take a lot of pictures of me. Maybe. That's pretty much all. We're ready to have fun for the next few days. It's pretty much all about it. If anyone else wants to say anything?
Okay. I think one thing that we can all appreciate about the Albany High team is that they don't require a fee, so it's not, a lot of times teams will say the door's open to everyone, but the membership fee is like $400, and there's a lot of people that wouldn't be able to afford it. Everything is free, and they really take into consideration the amount of time we're putting into the robot. And another thing we can appreciate is the diversity, because sometimes it's really difficult to be in a situation where you feel like you're the only one there. So that's one thing I'm appreciative about, and I don't feel like I'm being undermined or condescended in this environment, whether it's the students or the mentors. They're really willing to teach us, and that's something that I appreciate, because it'd be different if I had a mentor who kind of cast me away and didn't give me an opportunity to actually learn. So I think that bravo to Albany High for that.
So we would like to invite everyone. It's great to get the support from Albany. A lot of people showed up last year, and it was really nice to see all the support from the school district and families. I see a lot of kids with their STEM projects, so I hope in a few years we'll see you on the robotics team. Come check it out. And then hopefully we'll be visiting schools over the next couple of months and showing off our robot and some of the amazing things the kids have done the last 8 weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Cady. Thank you, robotics team. We are so proud of you, and good luck, and I'll see you this weekend.
So, I just want to say something, if you don't mind. So, not too long ago, I was at Honolulu Airport, and there was the Manoa Elementary School robotics team that was displayed at the airport, and they are the 2018 World Champions. I would love for your project to be displayed at the Albany Airport.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. I now would like to invite Eagle Point Elementary School Principal, Mr. Gabe Barbado, to come and talk to us about the great things that are happening here at Eagle Point. And I understand that he has 4 guests with him this evening, and 2 of our teachers as well.
The last slide. It's the celebration, that's when I'll start. Oh, when do you want your pictures up? Right when you're talking?
Sure.
Just give him a nod.
Give me eye contact.
Okay.
You have a check? Good evening. My name is Gabriel Barbado. I have the honor of being the principal of Eagle Point Elementary. As you see, I didn't do the presentation by myself. I brought the main attraction, so I'll get through my part so you guys can get to these. So our vision, mission, statement, and goals. I'll highlight the goals: increase student achievement, enhance the delivery of quality instruction, build our leadership capacity and increase accountability, empower families to support the success of their children, and partner with our diverse community. 343 students are enrolled in Eagle Point Elementary. We have 19 certified teachers, pre-K to 6, including special ed. We have a 0.4 music, 0.8 art, 1.2 phys ed, 0.5 math coach, which was brand new this year. 0.4 librarian, 0.5 behavior specialist, which is new this year. 1 nurse, 3 lunch aides, 8 TAs, psychologist, social worker, an RTI literacy coach, 2 reading teachers, and 2 ENL teachers. There's a lot to highlight on our SEP. Our staff has done a wonderful job this year, but I chose 3 things. We have completed our peer learning classrooms. What that is a teacher goes in and looks at another teacher and their teaching, and then they get together and talk about what they've seen and how can they improve their practice. Our common planning time is now aided by our math coach and our literacy coach, which is new this year, and we are completing these with 100% efficiency. And Class Dojo, we have 541 guardians, which our enrollment is 344, so it's nice when you can click on a message and it reaches so many families, and I know that our families definitely appreciate that. Now the real reason why we're here, our celebration. And I don't think, I think when we think of celebrations for elementary, we think of kids. And we have a great representation here with the 4 children that we have and the 2 dynamic teachers that we have. So I'm going to turn it over to them. And thank you so much for letting us present tonight.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Laura Page, and this is Ann Paulson. Thank you for the opportunity to share our thoughts about the Simple Machines STEM kit that was provided to us. This engineering design STEM is not something we've done before, and we would like to tell you our top 5 favorite things about this unit. Number 5. It places accountability for the explicit teaching of science. The district in general, and Sarah McGraw in particular, have taken steps to ensure that regular and consistent time is dedicated to not just reading about science, but actually doing science, using hands-on materials to experiment and discover. We were given a STEM kit, training on how to use it, and a due date, which ensures that all 3rd graders district-wide were given this important opportunity to use the engineering design process. Number 4. Teachers are given a strict end date but flexible implementation. We find that sometimes pacing maps do not always take into consideration the varying needs and abilities of our classes and other factors such as assemblies, snow days, etc. This was presented as an 8-day unit, although neither one of us were able to complete it in less than 11 days. But because we had flexibility, we were able to provide the time and support our children required.
Number 3. The STEM kits lend themselves to integration within the other content areas. 25% of our unit involved close reading of the text. It also required response writing, which is something we feel needs to be incorporated into every academic area, evidenced by our constructed response scores on our state tests. Some of our students also chose to write a persuasive essay to you people about why these STEM kits should continue to be developed. We already have ideas about how to incorporate math next year into the ramp station, as well as technology, and perhaps visiting the high school robotics team to see expansion of the ideas we have learned. We can imagine this happening with other STEM kits in the future. By having an essential question centered around science or social studies, it becomes so much easier to tailor the other subjects around it to create a more authentic and composed learning experience. Number 2, one-stop shopping. I love teaching science, but honestly, I have never taught Simple Machines the way it was presented in this kit. Engineering is something I tend to shy away from, as it is not an area of confidence. Also, the idea of shopping for all the components of that kit is daunting. I would not have the time, money, or even knowledge of where to go to buy what was needed. Everything that we possibly needed was in there. As a result, I was able to relax, not worry about whether I had the right materials, and step out of my comfort zone. I was able to focus on facilitating a truly child-centered unit. Having more materials for the STEM kit would allow for our students to build, reflect, and revise their work, rather than having to break it down, so please keep that in mind for future years. As I reflect upon my own education, having the STEM opportunities afforded to me that we were able to offer to our students would have made me more confident to embrace and implement engineering. Having the kit and support from the district, we are able to expose and inspire our students to the world of engineering while giving teachers with little experience the ability to embrace engineering too. And number 1, student engagement. We all know STEM increases engagement. It was so powerful to see our students focused on their projects, to see the collaboration that took place, to see that we could use science time as a reward. And at the end of the unit, we had a collective aha moment. We thought about all the times our first attempts at building didn't work and discussed our reactions, which was just to go back to the literal drawing board. We then compared that to what happens when we get stumped by a long reading passage or a hard math question and realized we don't need to get stressed or give up, but to apply those same strategies in our engineering design model to get us through. I would like to end with a personal anecdote. I had a student who at that time was not meeting many academic experiences with success. During one of the building sessions, he asked for more wheels. He wanted to build a truck instead of a car. I said, go ahead, take as many wheels as you want. He was engaged the whole time, and at the end of class, he asked if we were going to build again tomorrow, which I assured him would be the case. I saw that light in his eyes that I had not seen in weeks. We hooked him. He had a reason to look forward to tomorrow. That is why we are here. That is why we do what we do. We made a difference to that student that day, and I can assure you that is well worth the cost of some wheels and cardboard. Thank you again for allowing us this opportunity to speak. It is with tremendous pride that we introduce to you 4 Eagle Point engineers, Abby, Kevin, Zaria, and Jasper, who would like to talk about their machines and what they learned. We feel confident that after listening to them, you will agree that continued and enhanced STEM funding is in the best interests for the children in our district. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Abby. Thank you for letting me speak about the STEM kits tonight. One reason the Board of Education should fund the STEM project materials is that, first of all, so the teachers don't have to pay for it. Also, it's very important that every student should be able to learn about simple machines and build them. The second graders, the first graders, and all the grades before them should have the chance to learn about them. The main simple machines are the lever, the wedge, the wheel and axle, the inclined plane, the screw, and my favorite, the pulley. I like the pulley best because it was fun to make, but it was also hard. Me and my partner Ruben love this STEM unit, and it was my favorite so far this year. My class loved it, and I made many cool items with all of the materials. The only downside of it is that every item we made had to be broken down so we can reuse the materials. You should fund the STEM so the next 3rd grade classes can keep all the items they make. This was the best STEM experience in my opinion. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kevin. Thank you for letting me speak about the STEM kits tonight. One reason the Board of Education should fund STEM packets again is because we learned how to work with others. There was a lot of cooperation because we had to help each other and make our simple machines. Some of us, like me, made new friends. If our idea did not work, we did not give up and found another solution. But we had to listen to each other's ideas. It was fun making simple machines with our partners. My favorite machine was the wheel and axle. This was the funnest learning experience ever.
Go, boy. All right.
Hi, my name is Zaria. Thank you for letting me talk about our STEM kits tonight. When we were doing our projects, we got time for about 10 minutes to plan our ideas. When the time was done, we had one partner go up and grab a certain amount of materials. We used our scissors and the supplies given. We got to pick the project that we wanted to do with our partners. My favorite project was the pulley. I liked the pulley because it was an interesting machine. I like how you can connect the line and how you gave us choices to put buttons, cubes, or beads in it. The pulley was my favorite project that I did with my partner, Emilio. That was the best STEM experience.
Hi, my name is Jasper. Thank you for letting me speak to you about the STEM packets. I think you should do the STEM packets because it gives you a good opportunity to do things that tie into your whole life. Like if you were a constructing builder, I can't say stuff. A pulley idea can tie into an elevator. A wheel and axle can tie into a sink. Once in school, I was misbehaving, and the STEM project helped me realize what you can do with your hands. And I was really focused soon. I was really focused in school, and that helped me a lot at home, in school, and other places. What I'm trying to say is it is great for kids and some adults to have also. If they want. They don't have. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam President and members of the board. This concludes the superintendent's report.
Thank you very much, and thank you for visiting us from Eagle Point and letting us come to your house to have our meeting tonight. We very much appreciate being here. So this is the time in our meeting that we set aside to hear from district residents, parents, students, and other members of the public. We welcome community input about the decisions we're making. In addition to accepting comments during the public comment period, we also accept your comments by email, by phone, and by postal mail. While you're making your remarks, we ask that you keep in mind that by law, information about individual students and specific district staff can't be shared. Every student and every staff member deserves to know that concerns about them will not be aired in public. Also, please keep in mind that public comment is not the best place to first alert the district to a concern you have. Please share concerns first with the relevant staff member, like the teacher or principal. If you feel that your concern is not addressed adequately, you may appeal that to that person's supervisor up the chain of command, if necessary to the superintendent. Decisions made by the superintendent may be appealed to the board. Finally, please note that the board generally will not respond during the public comment period. If you need a response, please consider contacting us by email, by phone, or by postal mail. When I recognize you, please state your name and your city of residence. You're restricted to a maximum of 3 minutes. Ms. Lang will give you a 1-minute notice and a 10-second notice, and if you run out of time, I will notify you that your time has expired. So the first name on my list tonight is Alana Klein.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. Glad to be here in front of you again this evening. I'd like to commend the board and the calendar committee in general for the smooth approach to the 2019-2020 calendar. If you may remember, about a year ago, it was kind of a testy situation that I didn't feel the voice was being heard about recognizing Eid on the calendar. I realize for next calendar year, it's scheduled to be placed on a Saturday, and I don't know if this was by happy coincidence or intent, but excess snow days were placed directly around that day, that Saturday, which I believe is May the 23rd. So I think that's again, a compromise that can be made for the future surrounding Eid if it falls on, say, a Wednesday, surrounding it with make-up snow days. And I do realize that last year was a little bit of a tricky situation because it was near the end of the school year. You don't want to risk students missing school during finals, but I do appreciate that without provocation, if you will, that it was considered by the board this year and mentioned by the board. So I hope that it'll just be at the forefront of everyone's mind in the future. Justice for LSR, believe survivors, boycott the NRA, Black Lives Matter, assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much. The next name on the list is Nelson Flores.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Adams. Can you hear me? Sorry, I don't speak loud, but sorry. Thank you for allowing me to be here. Nelson Flores. I am the president of the Albany Latin Festival Association. I'm also board member and treasurer for Capital District Latinos, and I live in Albany. My son goes to the dual language program at Delaware Community School, and I just want to express how important that program is. I've been living in Albany for over 15 years, and I've always been interested by the program. It's very important to catch the children at an early age from a language acquisition perspective. I studied linguistics, and when children grow up and their brain develops, it's a little bit harder for them to learn the program. So the importance of the dual language program and catching them at that early age is very important. So truly ask that you guys continue supporting the program. There's no other program in the surrounding districts or counties, so we have something special in our hands here. So if you guys continue to provide the services to the school and just help us grow it, maybe take it to the next level, expand the program, and thank you for everything that you do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Willow Belinsky.
Good evening, all. I'm Willow Zelensky. I am an Albany resident. I'm also a teacher. Can you hear me? Turn your microphone. Yeah, pull it close. Is that better? Oh, yes. My name is Willow Zelensky. I'm an Albany resident and also a teacher in the dual language program, and I'm speaking on behalf of the teachers of the dual language program, and appreciate the opportunity to address you. As we're reviewing the dual language program tonight, we just wanted to share how we feel as teachers, how valuable the program is to our community here in Albany. So valuable that teachers in the program, staff in the program, and teachers and staff from around Albany choose to send their children to our program. We have parents in the program who are professors from SUNY, from St. Rose. They've done the research, and they've chosen to place their children in the program, and we have board members who have sent their children to the program, and we appreciate you entrusting their education to us. And beyond the value of the program to the individual families who attend our program, it also brings a value to the community. We're a linguistically and culturally diverse city, so we feel that the promotion of literacy in other languages other than English is definitely benefiting our city, and additionally bringing prestige to all the home languages in our district. Here in the US, we're a bit behind the educational curve academically and linguistically, and we feel this program helps to push us forward and get us to the forefront. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sam Shippard.
Hi, my name is Sam Shippard. I'm a resident of Albany and a district parent. I'm here also to speak in support of the district's dual language program. It's a wonderful program that you can't find anywhere else. I look forward to hearing Dr. Lane's presentation later. Delaware is lucky to have him at the helm. To me, dual language stands out in many ways. First, the goal of the program is for children to become both bilingual and biliterate. There needs to be greater emphasis on the Spanish language arts, especially as children graduate from the program and move up to middle school and high school. Also needed, more Spanish speakers outside of teachers. Children learn by doing. Imagine if these kids heard more Spanish in the lunchroom, on the playground, in the library, or in the gym. It would only enrich the program. If Spanish-speaking parents could communicate at the first point of contact in the front office or at central registration, that would be amazing and would also speak to our equity agenda. About central registration, I've given up trying to explain the process to prospective parents. It's really complicated, and I don't know what the solution to that is. Maybe even broadening the program so that there are more seats, so that people have hope to get into it, but I think that is an issue. For me, the second great thing about the program is that it's a model for successful family engagement and meeting the needs of the community. Some schools find it challenging to get parents to show up, but at Delaware, they host events that have record-breaking attendance. People come not just for the great food, but for the community and the chance to celebrate their rich heritage. People love to talk about their heritage, and this is proven true in other district buildings as well. As to meeting needs, I have seen the teachers at Delaware and in other schools work closely together as a unit with support staff and with community partners to meet the needs of the students in the cohort. We all know that district staff are faced with sometimes great needs from our students. They address everything from food insecurity to clean underwear. The staff in the program are highly qualified teachers. My student, when she was there, benefited from staff that are women of color, from nationally board certified teachers, and even a variety of accents. Were the dual language program expanded, I believe you would see academic success along with greater community cohesiveness and an increase in family engagement. Finally, the dual language program, it can't be viewed in isolation. It's part of the school in which it's housed. To me, when the program did well, the school did well. I would encourage you to promote the program, to improve it where needed, and to expand it where it could have a beneficial impact. I think this would benefit students, families, and the school buildings. Recently, I asked my freshman at Albany High who her best teachers were. She named one from DCS and one from Hackett. To me, that shows that there are great things happening in Albany schools. I would encourage you to look closely at what works and run with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this brings us to the time of our agenda that we call the routine consent agenda. This is, during this part of the meeting, we approve routine matters for the district. These usually include items like contracts, field trips, the hiring of personnel, and other similar matters. We vote on these as a group with no discussion, which allows us to use our meeting time more efficiently. Each Board of Education member has the option to set aside any routine consent item in order to require discussion and a separate vote on that item. So with that introduction, I'm looking for a motion to adopt the routine consent agenda. Ms. Wilson, do I have a second? Dr. Chatur, are there any set-asides? I'd like to set aside the Tech Valley item under Human Resources. Are there any other set-asides? So I'd like to have a vote, all in favor of adopting the routine consent agenda, less the Tech Valley item that's under Human Resources. So now I'd like to, that's unanimous. I also should take this moment just to mention that Ms. Smith is not unable to join us today. She has a family situation happening that is keeping her away, but she sends her regrets and her regards to everyone here tonight. So now, a motion to adopt the Tech Valley item. Dr. Chatur, seconded by Ms. Alexander-Mann. Any discussion? So I will open the discussion on that item. I wanted to just set that item aside, both because it was in Human Resources, which is a little bit of a strange place for it, so I wanted to make sure that everybody had noted that it was there. Also because, while it is under routine consent, because it is a rather theoretically routine matter, it is a new item for us at the district, and I felt it should be identified as such. I know that much communication will be coming out rapidly from district communication staff on this item. We have developed a process by which our high school children in 8th, 9th, and 10th grade, entering high school students, will have the opportunity to submit for a lottery for Tech Valley High School, which is a local technical high school located right here in the city of Albany, which we have not participated in previously. That is a very new item. It has been very late breaking, and therefore the deadline is coming up quickly. And I would like everyone to pay attention to their SNNs and start figuring out how to get that information to children who might be of interest. And that's why I wanted to set it aside. I fully intend to vote in favor of this. Is there any other discussion before we take a vote? All in favor of the Tech Valley item? That is unanimous. Thank you very much. All right. So, having gotten through the routine consent items, we now turn to the policy section of the agenda. The main focus of a Board of Education is establishing policies for the City School District of Albany, and I turn it over to Dr. Chatur, who is the chair of the Policy Committee.
Madam President, members of the board, first and foremost, I want to clarify, there were two items that were discussed at length at the last board meeting where I wasn't available. And are there any questions still remaining with regards to policy 5220 and 5225, school-sponsored student expression and student personal expression? I think from when I listened to the audio, it sounded like there was a discrepancy of 2 days versus 5 days. It's actually 5 days, and it's in the regulations. So just to reiterate, we made sure that we took out anything the previous policy actually had regulations mixed into the policy. We're trying to be more consistent in our policies. So regulations go with the regulations and policy is policy as it stands. So it doesn't really get into how the stuff is done. That becomes a regulation and how the district handles stuff, right? And so these two policies in particular were expanded to include social media and other kinds of media that have come out and students use these days as compared to just printed material which was there previously. So that was one change that was made to that policy, and it was more consistent with this formats. And yes, Ms. Critchie.
I think I had questions, and you weren't here last time, and if I remember correctly, we didn't have our council here last time, because I had questions about how the student personal expression regulations would apply to social media, because I was confused. You know, if I was emailing someone on my phone during the school day, is that personal expression, or does it have to be something that I'm sending out to a group of people to be personal expression?
So I think Paul Alloy sort of alluded to it at the meeting. So we discussed this at our policy meeting as well. So basically, if it is personal opinion, it's personal opinion, but the moment it starts including another student, then the code of conduct and all the other things come into play.
But I mean, does that technically mean if I'm going to send you a text message, I need to submit it in school, I need to submit it to the principal 5 days in advance? Because that might be a policy that would be difficult to actually enforce, or at least enforce evenly?
Text message from me to you.
Sure, well, would that be personal expression? In other words, if I'm seeking to distribute material, if I'm seeking to send a text message or an email to 5 friends in my class, and I'm sending it during the school day, is that distribution of material? That was my question.
Well, I'll let our legal take over the answer.
Having not been involved in reviewing the policy, I'm sorry, Ellen, could you repeat it, please?
Sure. I think I was a little bit concerned about the student personal expression regulations because they refer to distributing material within school buildings, and having heard that this policy was written broadly in order to apply to electronic media and social media and whatnot, it made me concerned that if you were, say, to whether it would be put a document out on AirDrop or send an email or something within the school day, just sending an email to 5 friends would be a distribution of material if it's done during the school day or done on school, even if it's not done on school computers. And I wondered how could we regulate compliance? How could we enforce that? How could we hope to enforce that in a fair manner?
Again, without having actually read the policy, I'll give you the very broad First Amendment answer to that. Students don't shed their First Amendment rights at the door, so if they engage in any communication, be it verbal, written, text, Dropbox, emails, whatever, within school that disrupts the school environment, that can be regulated. If it's not disruptive of the school environment and not otherwise losing protection under the First Amendment, such as profanity and threats and so forth, then that would be protected speech. I'm not sure, Ellen, if I'm answering your question.
And that was my concern, because the regulations say that a student must present material for prior review, and the principal has 5 days to review any material that the student is seeking to distribute, regardless of it. And it seemed to me to be written so tightly that it might apply to more communications than we wanted to regulate by that. I mean, it might be good, but...
Well, I guess I'm, Dr.
I will
Shatura,
say,
I'm reading this and interpreting on the fly
I'm sorry.
here.
But Jeff, just to
but
be
that's
clear,
what lawyers
Paul,
do, okay?
I just want to make everyone in the audience clear, as well as yourself, Mr. Honeywell, that Paul reviewed this policy and approved it, so this was done under oversight of legal counsel. While I know you personally have not reviewed it, I don't want there to be any misunderstanding
I was
on
assuming
that.
someone in my office had looked at it, but I'm just looking at the context. To me, this looks like it's a student seeking to distribute material within the school, such as circulating flyers or putting stuff on bulletin boards or stuff.
That's
not
actually where
a student just texting another student in school. So it's the distribution of materials.
But and yet, I would want, on the one hand, that if we had a student, I'm sorry, this is maybe getting too far, but it concerned me that on the one hand, I would want a policy where, like, if somebody were to airdrop an offensive video to an entire classroom of people or offensive photos, I would want to be able to deal with that student in a
But Ms.
disciplinary.
Kinchi, I mean, with our DASA policies, our code of conduct policies, our hazing, bullying policies, all of which are cross-referenced here, apply in those cases.
Okay, so
Those are specific for those kind of things. This is more like when you're distributing a flyer, and if it's offensive to somebody, then all of those other things come into play.
And I think just to Ellen's point is how we arrived at this point was because of a flyer discussion and about the mass distribution, and then we circled back with, so I think Jeff and you arrived at the point that this conversation arose out of flyers.
because maybe I'd be more comfortable if it was something about mass distribution, just like, when you have laws about, gathering without a permit, it has to be more than 3 people or more than 5 people. It's not saying you and 2 friends can't go to the park. It's saying you can't have 200 people at the park without a permit. I don't know. That's my thought. But if everyone else is fine with this,
Can
I'm
I
not
make a
gonna-
procedural suggestion? Because we only have this policy on the agenda for discussion for this very reason, because we knew that Dr. Chatur was unavailable last time. May I propose that we ask Dr. Chatur to take this up with Jeff and make sure that he feels confident, and we can bring this back for further discussion and action next
Before
time?
we do that, can I add one more? Because we discussed
Absolutely.
this quite a bit at policy, and I would really like to get it resolved if we can today.
But it's still on for discussion today. We're not going to act on it.
Sure. But again, we can act on it next time instead of prolonging it. So if you look at it, it says student personal expression in this context refers to student verbal and written communications using any medium, paper, email, website posting, social media, etc., including but not limited to poetry, prose, art, video, or music composition that is intended to be shared with the broader school community, and other actions taken to express viewpoints, such as demonstrating or protesting.
Which-
It's not sort of just a email from me to my buddy.
Okay, thanks. That part about the broader school community, I think, in the policy, in the draft policy, makes me more comfortable about that. I was looking at the regulations out of context with the policy.
So any other discussion on 5220 and 5225? Can these move on for next board meeting for action? Okay. So in addition to that, you also discussed 4221.12 and 4221.19, which were policies that existed in our manual, but since we renumbered everything with the NESBA policy, we are rescinding them. And you also discussed 5152, which is admission of non-resident students, 5420, which was student health services, and 5550, which is, there's 2 of them. That's FERPA. 5500, which should be FERPA. So can we have an action item to approve those policies?
Ms. Alexander Mann, seconded by Ms. Wilson. All in favor? That's unanimous.
So now that brings us to the last policy, which is up for discussion today, that is 9420, staff evaluation. And this policy explains the annual evaluation process for all employees through the district. The policy was simplified as much of the staff evaluations are governed by law or collective bargaining agreements already. And the aim of the new policy is to give the district's overall approach to staff evaluation. So rather than have paragraphs that spoke specifically to any of the bargaining units or the administrators, this is a global policy which now includes, the details are covered by their individual bargaining agreements. Any questions on that?
So a motion to adopt 9420 as proposed. Ms. Alexander Mann, seconded by Ms. Roach. All in favor? That is unanimous.
Thank you.
So that completes the policy section and brings us to another action item. I should make clear as we go into this action item that the board very, very rarely takes an action without a prior discussion. As you saw tonight, we discussed a policy which we will act on next time. Tonight, we will act on something that we have discussed many, many times. If the discussion is limited tonight, that's not an indication of a lack of intention by the board to discuss. It's that many discussions have happened previously, because the action before us are the resolutions having to do with capital projects coming forward. There are 2 capital projects which we will be discussing at fairly great length tonight and many times prior, but tonight's action is very limited in scope. It is simply the seeker forms. That's the State Environmental Quality Review Act, which is a requirement by the state that every municipal entity look at the environmental impact of any action that they take. And so there are 2. One for the construction project that we intend to undertake if it is adopted by the voters this May at North Albany, and a second one for what we call the 5-year facilities plan, which is the series of facility actions across the entire district that we will undertake over the next few years to ensure that our buildings stay in good repair and usability. And so I'm going to take these one at a time in case there is any discussion, although, again, we have discussed these at great length in the past. So regarding the North Albany Academy project, may I have a motion to adopt the resolution as stated on the agenda? And I think whoever's got the control could bring that up for people in the audience to see. We're on G1, item 1, the seeker long form for North Albany. A motion to adopt the seeker long form. Ms. Wilson, seconded by Dr. Chatur. Is there any discussion? All in favor of adopting the seeker long form for North Albany? That's unanimous. Now moving faster than whoever's got the mouse can get to. We're now on the seeker form, a seeker type 2 action for the 5-year facilities plan. May I have a motion to adopt this seeker action as described in the agenda? Ms. Roach, seconded by Dr. Chatur. All in favor? That's 5. I forgot to ask for discussion. I hope I didn't blow by anybody. Okay. That is unanimous. That is the end of the action labeled G, and brings us to our first discussion item. Members of the audience, I see some folks here who aren't here all the time. Thanks to an excellent suggestion from Dr. Rose Brandon some years ago, we move all of our action items at the beginning of the agenda so that people who are in the audience can always see any actions that we have. So we always front load our actions at the beginning, and then we move on to items of discussion. From the rest of the meeting, the board will, unless something unusual happens, take no actions, but we will discuss items that will ultimately lead to a board action in the future. And the first of these is labeled the 2019-20 Edmund O'Neill North Albany enrollment for 2019-20.
At this time, we'll have both of our assistant superintendents, Ms. Laura McKenna and Dr. Cecily Wilson-Turner, will join us and discuss some of the enrollment patterns that we are looking at, enrollment changes, and what some of those impacts may be for the 19-20 school year. I've been limited on what I can say.
Thank you for the introduction. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to provide you with updated information regarding enrollment planning for the 2019-2020 school year. Before we go through tonight's presentation, I wanted to provide you a little context for the discussion. As you'll remember from our presentation at the January 31st board meeting, we began this evaluation to address enrollment growth at O'Neill Middle School. We have learned in the 18 months that O'Neill has been in operation that the building cannot adequately serve the temporary enrollment pattern the district put in place when it opened O'Neill. So we have been studying a variety of options to reduce the enrollment at O'Neill while continuing to provide our students with a robust middle school experience. However, additional factors now have come into play since our last board discussion. Most notably, the significant budget deficit the district is facing for the 2019-20 school year. That unfortunate reality led us to look more closely at our recent trend of declining elementary enrollment in North Albany and Arbor Hill. Over the past year, our enrollment at North Albany Academy, Arbor Hill Elementary School, and Sheridan Preparatory Academy has decreased by almost 100 total students, or nearly 10%. The most significant factor for this decline most certainly would be the new KIPP Elementary School. KIPP has added about 200 elementary students in recent years. That school will continue to add grades over the next 2 years, up to 160 more students, until it is fully enrolled. So we can expect additional decline in our elementary enrollment on the north side of our city. We anticipate that our proposal to open a new middle school at North Albany Academy in 2023-2024 will have an additional negative impact on enrollment there. And as we have noted in the past, only about 1/3 of North Albany's current students live in that school's enrollment zone. The rest of the current students at North Albany are open enrolled from other parts of the city. With all that in mind, tonight's presentation adds an additional option for your consideration. That option would be to restructure North Albany Academy as a small, temporary middle school to relieve the enrollment pressure at O'Neill. Under that option, we would re-enroll North Albany's current students in the pre-kindergarten through 4th grade at our other 11 elementary schools. As with the enrollment pattern at O'Neill, this small middle school program at North Albany would be temporary, and I want to stress temporary, until our new permanent middle school configuration is in place in 2023-2024. The enrollment pattern for our future permanent middle school configuration will be determined with considerable community involvement and will include the participation of a wide range of stakeholders. We will engage in a very open and inclusive process in making those critical long-term decisions. So in tonight's presentation, we will provide you with a quick review of the original construction timeline, a recap of our enrollment challenges at Edmond O'Neill and proposed options from the January 31st meeting, an additional option for your consideration, and also what it means and the impact the options have on our elementary and middle schools, as well as on our 2019-20 budget. As a reminder, our original timeline includes the North Albany transition from an elementary school to a middle school in the fall of 22-23. This means that North Albany students pre-K through 5 would enroll at the expanded Arbor Hill. These options presented to you at a previous board meeting and tonight provides us with an opportunity to look at the feasibility of accelerating this timeline. We are currently working with Mr. Hogan, the architects, and Turner Construction to determine if we can accelerate the construction timeline for renovations at North Albany, if in fact North Albany is transitioned from an elementary school to a middle school beginning in the 2019-20 school year, as determined by the options presented to you tonight and action taken by the Board of Education at a future Board of Ed meeting. Before we jump into another option for your consideration, I would like to recap the challenge that brings us here tonight and the options that were presented at the board meeting on January 31st with a clarity around what options are viable and which options are not. Because of the significant budget deficiencies that the district is facing, we have determined that options A and C 2.0 are not viable options. Either of these options would require us to add nearly 10 full-time equivalent staff to the existing budget, and we simply cannot exacerbate the significant budget deficiency the district is facing. Option B and C 1.5 would allow us to use existing staff and therefore not have a negative impact on by increasing the budget. So just a quick recap, I talked about the enrollment challenges that we're having and the space capacity at O'Neill to add another team of students to O'Neill. So option A, we have eliminated because it means that we would add another team to O'Neill and we just don't have the space. We have also determined that option 2.0 is not a viable option because, again, it would add approximately 10 FTEs to the budget, and again, we just can't do that. So why are options B and C 1.5 still an option? This would mean that Arbor Hill and North Albany would both expand to include sixth grade, and O'Neill would retain one sixth grade team, and we would reduce to 1.5 teams of seventh and 1.5 teams of eighth graders. This would not have a budget impact because we would just reallocate existing resources that we currently have at O'Neill to staff the additional sections of sixth grade at those schools. Option 1.5 is still a viable option. Again, it does not have a budget impact, and this would mean that all O'Neill students zoned for Edmund O'Neill would attend North Albany, and it would close as a pre-K through 5 school. And it would, again, include 1.5 teams of 7th and 1.5 teams of 8th, not having a budget impact. So that's just a quick recap of what the problem is and what our options are or were presented to you on January 31st, and which ones are still viable and which ones are not. So here we are, because of the significant budget deficiencies that we are experiencing, we are here to present another option for your consideration. So in addition to the ones I just presented, this option, like option C, is divided into a D1 and a D2 option and includes the distribution of pre-K through 4 students currently attending North Albany. The next several slides will outline these 2 possibilities. This option is different from C1.5 in that the 2019-20 6th grade cohort would remain at North Albany for their entire middle school career, eliminating an additional transition for our students. We would add another cohort of 6th grade students in 2021 and then 21, 22, and so forth. In order to implement either C1.5 or option D, we need to look at the impact on the elementary schools. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wilson Turner, who will take you through the options D1 and D2 and its impact on our elementary schools.
Thanks. So in option D1, we take a look at how we would place the existing elementary students at North Albany Academy in grades pre-K through 4.
Dr. Wilson Turner, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want, in terms of the context for this, I believe these options also pertain to item C, which also anticipates the closure of North Albany Academy, right? So these are 2 different ways to redistribute those students. Am I understanding that correctly? So option C, which also results in North Albany Elementary ceasing to exist as an elementary school, we would have this same challenge of how to redistribute. Am I understanding that correct? So these, while they're called D1 and D2, would equally apply to C.
Yeah. The difference is that we would have a 200-student 6th grade academy.
So in attempting to place the students that are currently at North Albany for elementary school into elementary spaces in our district, there are 2 options. We would take a look at the 1/3 of students at North Albany Academy that are actually zoned for North Albany Academy's attendance zone and place them into Arbor Hill. And the remaining students we would look to place into their home school or their attendance zone school. And I will show you a graphic on the next page that shows you how well we'll be able to do that with existing space based on current gradation. In option D2, one of the things that we thought about was North Albany students live less than 1.5 miles away from Arbor Hill Elementary School, which means they would not be eligible for transportation. And if you are aware of the route to Arbor Hill from North Albany Academy, there are some challenges there that would make it a concern for transportation. And so we looked at the ability to open and enroll the North Albany Academy attendance zone students throughout the district based on available space and found that that is a viable option. And by doing so, we would have the North Albany Academy attendance zone students have the option of open enrolling, and then again, the students who are zoned for their other attendance zone to return back to their attendance zone school. In the chart here, oh, go back. Where you see red at Phillips Schuyler and Delaware Community School, based on their current gradation, they would not have the capacity to absorb the students who are zoned for their school who are currently at attendance in Delaware Community School. They may be able to accommodate 1 or 2 of those students, but not every student that is currently in those grade levels. Where you see yellow, we would be able to make it work based on current gradation, but it would basically close those sections out before the school year even began if we placed those students back in their home school. And again, we would still have the space available to open enroll those students in other schools throughout the district in the event that that space was not available when that time came. So this is option D1, where we place the North Albany attendance zone students at Arbor Hill and return everyone else to their attendance zone school. And this is just to show you what the class sizes would be like at Arbor Hill Elementary School and to reassure everyone that the class sizes would be reasonable to provide a conducive learning environment for all of the students who would be in attendance there, as long as we are placing the other students back at their attendance zone school. And then in D2, it's just showing the space that we have available to allow us to open enroll students so that all students that are currently at North Albany Academy would not feed into Arbor Hill Elementary School. They would actually go into different schools throughout the district that have space available based on our existing open enrollment process. And so we would be able to accommodate all students in that way. And I'll talk about the financial impact of those 2 options. So in option D, where the North Albany students zoned for North Albany, which is approximately 100 students, go to Arbor Hill, it will result in a reduction of 23 full-time equivalent staff, so for 23 staff persons, and approximately $1.6 million. That allows us to retain 4 of the teaching positions to move to Arbor Hill to cover the increase in enrollment that we will get by adding the 100 students. If we go with option D, where we offer open enrollment to the North Albany attendance zone students and all the other students return to their home schools, it does not require us to add staffing to Arbor Hill. Their enrollment would pretty much stay as it is. And as a result, we would be able to reduce 27 staff persons from the North Albany existing elementary building and realize a savings of approximately $2 million. And I do want to be very clear that in reducing those positions from North Albany, it does not mean that we are doing a reduction in force. We would look at existing vacancies and already have begun to do that work to see how we would accommodate the staffing there. So we want to be very clear about the fact that this is not us looking to do a reduction in force, but to simply reallocate those positions into existing vacancies in our system.
So now that we know the impact on our elementary schools with options D1 and D2, we looked at the impact to determine if D1 and D2 we have presented to you tonight are feasible. And by doing so, we used our January enrollment data to project what enrollment would look like in 2019-20 and then continuing through the 22-23 school year, leading into the opening of our new middle school in 23-24. So the next several slides will provide you with a snapshot for what the enrollment will look like across our 4 elementary schools who continue to serve 6th grade students, as well as enrollment at North Albany and O'Neill through the 22-23 school year. If option D1 or D2 is the option the Board of Education determines is the best option for our families and students, North Albany will serve approximately 80 6th grade students. This means that our current 5th grade students at North Albany, approximately 40, will remain at North Albany for 6th grade, and our current Schuyler 5th grade students, again approximately 40, will attend 6th grade at North Albany. O'Neill in 1920 will serve 100 6th graders from Arbor Hill and Sheridan Prep for a total of enrollment of 445 students in grades 6 through 8. It was important as we looked at our 2 options to make sure that we had enrollment capacity in 6th grade for any new students to our district. With the exception of Hackett, there is space in all of our schools to accommodate 6th grade students, and this is what this chart shows. While not included in the presentation tonight, it was important for us also to look at the enrollment at Hackett and Myers. And through that analysis, we have determined that the enrollment at both schools is pretty similar to O'Neill and Albany, and that also included student class sizes in each of the sections at those two schools. That information is available, and we're happy to share that out. So with the North Albany as the school for sixth grade in both options D1 and D2, there would be no increase in our 2019-20 school year budget. We would use existing sixth grade teachers and support staff at O'Neill to staff the sixth grade team at North Albany. We would also look at reassigning the principal on special assignment at O'Neill to support the sixth graders there as well. So again, no budget impact for leadership support. This is a slide, it's duplicative, but this is just a reminder, as Dr. Wilson just presented earlier, that with transitioning North Albany from an elementary school to a middle school, there would be a positive impact on our budget with either option, D1 or D2. So O'Neill and North Albany Middle School enrollment for the 2019-20 school year. Again, we used our January 2019 enrollment data. This is a snapshot of what O'Neill and North Albany enrollment would look like for next year. In addition, we have also included the Albany International Center enrollment data since they are co-located at North Albany. And why is this important? Because as we begin to enter the construction phase at North Albany, we need to ensure that the enrollment doesn't present a challenge for the construction to move forward. We have worked closely again with Mr. Hogan, the architects and Turner, to ensure that the enrollment over the next several years will not pose challenges and hinder construction to move forward. Looking ahead to the 2021 school year, let me just back up for 1 second because I just want to explain this. So with the two elementary schools feeding into O'Neill and the two elementary schools feeding, sixth grade at North Albany, we would have 100 sixth graders at O'Neill, 150 7th and 158th, and then 45 students in self-contained classrooms for a total enrollment of 445. This is about a 50 student decrease from where we are this year to next year. North Albany, again, would serve 80, and then we have a total maximum capacity of 175 students at North Albany, which would give us approximately 255 students in the 1920 school year. In order to reduce the transitions for the students at North Albany, we would continue to have them attend North Albany for 7th and 8th grade with an additional cohort of 6th graders, approximately 40 students for a total enrollment of 120 students. AIC would still have the 175, and then O'Neill would have 100 6th graders, 100 7th graders, and 100 5th graders for a total of 395, which includes the 45 students in the self-contained classrooms. In the 21-22 school year, again, we would roll up the 6th and 7th graders, and 7th and 8th graders, so we would have 40 new 6th graders, 40 7th graders, 80 8th graders, for a total of 160 students at North Albany Temporary Middle School. AIC remains at 175 maximum, and then O'Neill will have 100 6th graders, 100 7th graders, and 100 8th graders for a total of 345, and that number includes the 45 students who are in those self-contained classrooms. Same kind of pattern for the 22-23 school year. North Albany will have the 40, 40, 40 in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade for a total of 120, AIC with 175, and then O'Neill with 100, 100, 100, and the 45 students in self-contained classrooms. I want to reassure the Board of Education and the community that if we begin the North Albany transition sooner and enrollment at the elementary level increases significantly, that we can accommodate this increase. Through the analysis of using the January enrollment data, we have determined that Arbor Hill can accommodate several additional sections of students should the need arise. So this will not present a challenge in the next several years for us at all. We've presented a lot of information tonight, so I would now like to open it up to questions, if you have any.
I'm sure we have questions. So board colleagues, I have put a fair amount of thought into how we might survive this discussion because there is, as Ms. McKenna points out, a tremendous amount of information here. I want to thank you for your setup information, the original information sort of setting the context here and the reminder for the members of the audience and the members of the board about why we're being faced with this decision at this short time frame. This is always a very difficult decision about where children go to school. It's a very difficult emotional decision for every family, and every board member takes these decisions incredibly, incredibly seriously. With that, there's really, in my opinion, two different decisions we're talking about here. There's two totally separate decisions. One is option B, C1.5, or D. That is one decision. The second decision is how we're going to re-enroll the elementary children if we were to choose option C, 1.5, or D. Does everybody understand that those are two separate and discrete decisions? We don't have to make both of them at the same time. We can make them sequentially, because if we were to choose option A, B, which is still on the table, we would not need to discuss that question of how we were to re-enroll. All right, so I would like to divide this conversation into two subject areas. The first subject area is questions you have about options B, C 1.5, and D. That's three options: option B, option C 1.5, and option D. And I'm going to summarize them for you for the best of my ability, and then the ladies at the table can tell me if I've got this wrong. Option B: Arbor Hill and North Albany Academy retain their 6th grade. North Albany Academy remains open. Edmond O'Neill goes to 1.5. In fact, that's a decision we have pretty much already made. No matter all of these options, Edmond O'Neill will have we'll have the 1.5 setup that we've discussed a couple of times. For those in the audience, this has to do with how the teachers are organized at the 7th and 8th grade in O'Neill. And we have determined that there's essentially not enough 7th and 8th grade students at O'Neill to justify two full teams for each grade. They would continue to have 3 teams, which is exactly what they have now. They would just be organized slightly differently. So that decision is made. So for all 3 options, Edmond O'Neill, 7th and 8th grade, would be at 1.5. So the real choice is option B: Arbor Hill Elementary School in North Albany retain their 6th grade. North Albany stays open. Option C: all the 6th graders that would normally feed to Edmond O'Neill instead go to North Albany for 6th grade only, and then they go to Edmond O'Neill. So it's a second transition for those students. And option D, which is the one we've just learned about today, is we're essentially splitting Edmond O'Neill into 2 campuses, essentially, where we start having 2 smaller middle schools, one at North Albany. It will ultimately have all the grades, and one at Edmond O'Neill. Under that situation, just like with option C, we will have no further elementary students at North Albany. So that's what they are. The other thing for us to think about, and I would love to see when we come back, and I should also set this up for members of the audience and members of the board, we're only having a preliminary discussion tonight. We have this on the board agenda next time and the time after that. There will be plenty of time to cycle back. But one thing I think we're going to need to see is these laid out right next to each other with the financial implications for each of the 3, because they do have different financial implications, which do have to be considered. So with that introduction, I would like to take questions on the topic of options B, C, and D, not about how we would re-enroll the elementary students. We're going to segment that into a second. We're going to talk about it tonight, just not right now. Okay, we're going to just talk about Ms. Roach. Ms. Krejci, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I had a more general question, which was, can someone explain to me again, in somewhat smaller words, the difference between option C and option D in terms of what's happening at O'Neill? And then the more specific question is on page 4 of the PowerPoint here, where it says under option D, O'Neill retains 1 section of 6th grade. Would that be 1 section or 1 team? Okay.
So I'm going to try and do it for you. In option C, every 6th grade student attend, that would normally go to O'Neill, goes to North Albany, everyone.
Okay.
There will be no sixth graders in Edmond O'Neill. Those same sixth graders the following year, who would then become seventh graders, would go back to Edmond O'Neill. So they would do their sixth grade in one building, they would do their seventh and eighth grade in another building. That's option C. In option D, half of the sixth graders would continue as they are today, going to Edmond O'Neill, sixth, seventh, and eighth. The other half of the sixth graders would go to North Albany, 6, 7, and 8. Got it? You good?
I guess I was confused, or just, it seems like in option D, North Albany would have a lot of empty room that it wouldn't have in option C. Are we leaving a lot of empty space on the table in option D then at North Albany?
Yes, for the first year, and then we would transition a new cohort of students the second year and another cohort of students the following year, and still giving us the flexibility to proceed with the construction that needs to happen.
And this is my last question before I give it up. And then the advantage is both the flexibility and that the students don't have to transfer twice. Okay, thanks.
I did forget to say that we normally take one question at a time because that'll make sure everybody asks a question. So I apologize for not setting it up that way, but those were all synchronized questions. Who else has a question trying to differentiate or ask implications of options B, C, and D? Ms. Alexander-Mann.
So this is very short term. This is short term. It's 5 years.
I don't think we're hearing you in the microphone, and
This-
it's recorded.
Can you hear
so-
me? This is short term. It's 5 school years.
4.
4 school years. And may I do a second?
Because that was a one-year and one-word answer, you get to go on to your second question. That's it.
I know that there. How can I phrase this? Give me a minute and let me.
Okay. Who would like to go next? Ms. Lang?
I know that the officers already spoke about this quite in length, some of this detail, so I want to say thank you for letting us present and kind of digest and have some forethought in there. I just wanted to talk a little bit of the family engagement. I know that some conversations have been around whether or not our 5th grade families wanted to stay in 6th grade and or go to O'Neill. So I was wondering if you could just speak about that.
We haven't had specific family engagement at this point in time with the families. We've scheduled the meetings, as Ms. Adams, I believe, read in her superintendent's report, to go out and meet with families about the impact of these options in their school buildings. What I spoke about on January 31st was a specific interaction I had with North Albany Academy because I was there for their school review, and the feedback that I received from those families about wanting to be able to stay in their neighborhood school as long as they were able to.
Who's next? Ms. Alexander-Mann, do your best.
I may stumble here, but I know that one of the criticisms. So I know with the plan in 4 years for the middle school reconfiguration, we would be speaking about a feeder pattern down the line, and what option D offers, I guess, in both 1 and 2, is a feeder pattern that's been criticized that would continue into O'Neill. I don't know if I'm making sense.
I think you are making sense, and so let me try and formulate it for you.
Yeah.
I think we all have concerns about the current feeder pattern, and that is why we have committed, since the very moment that Dr. Brandon and I looked each other in the eye and voted in support of the Edmond O'Neill plan, to a full community process to establish a permanent feeder pattern, which the superintendent and Ms. McKenna both spoke to. But what I'm hearing you say is, if we have this opportunity now, if we're going to shake things up now, why not shake them up more? Why not change the feeder pattern? Is that what you're saying?
No, I was saying if we continue if we go with Arbor Hill and Sheridan Prep continuing to feed into O'Neill, that pattern has been criticized, and I would be concerned about, and that would be a concern.
So your concern is, why are we not changing that? Or your concern is, why are we continuing something that's being criticized?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Wilson, did you want to comment on that?
It was kind of more or less where my question was. It doesn't fit neatly into the parameters of the questions that people were asking. That's why I wasn't going to jump forward. But I was trying to interpret that too. Where's the distinction between what occurred previously with O'Neill and this feels as, not feels, it presents or it could be perceived as it's a continuation of a similar thing that occurred before. So that was going to be my question, but it wasn't in this section.
I
Ms.
can
McKenna
address
or
that,
Ms.
and then we'll let either Ms. McKenna or Dr. Wilson-Turner add on to it. So what we have right now, what this, and remember, we are presenting the board with options. Nothing has been decided, and we are just sharing based on research and as we do the different studies and the different patterns that can happen as we make the transition, hopefully to a middle school, what might that look like? And so this is not a permanent pattern. What we are looking at doing is this. Even though we know that O'Neill is bursting at the seams and we need to do something to relieve that, we know that this too would be an extension of temporary. And then we will do the demographic study. We will have the community forums, pulling together what is the process by which we will establish that permanent feeder alignment. And so this is not a permanent feeder alignment.
Ms. McKenna, did you want to add anything to that, or was that what you were going to say?
I think Ms. Adams answered it. I guess I would just build on what she just said in saying that going through this process was never, we never intended to look at the enrollment patterns at this juncture. It was only to address the issue that we have at O'Neill Middle School. So we're not looking at changing the enrollment pattern whatsoever. It's just splitting in half the 4 elementary schools that currently feed in.
Ms. Wilson.
And I didn't take it, and nor was I intending it as a criticism of what you presented or the options you presented. I see the options as us confronting what limitations we've encountered, right? So with that being stated, it leads me to other questions, such as if we're going to have students allocated to other schools, what creatively can we do around that to make sure those students have or what they want or what they need? Similarly, for the students coming into the middle school. So those are like my questions that arise out of this that didn't fit into like the question that was prefaced to us first.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. I find that I was struggling with the same question that you all are raising about the enrollment pattern. And the way that I have internalized in my mind is, as Lori described it just a minute ago, that it's really a satellite campus for O'Neill, right? That we're not really creating a 4th middle school that we now have to figure out a feeder pattern for. We're creating a satellite campus for O'Neill to deal with the student overpopulation in that area in a way that we know we need to do better, right? We know we need to improve the situation there, and so that helps me understand it. I also am sensitive to making changes in enrollment at a late time in the school year, right? Families need to know where their children are going to school in September. They need to know. And for us to do and this is my opinion now, I'm not speaking on behalf of the administration or any other board member, this is just my opinion. For us to do an adequate job of the community process to determine the feeder pattern would take many months. And so we literally do not have time, in my opinion, to do it right. And so I'd rather continue with what we've got than do it improperly and then have to do it properly again, is really where I come down on the middle school enrollment part of it. Anyone else have comments or questions or want to reflect on B, C, and D, Tabitha?
My initial question was going to be about families' input, and Jen asked that. So my other question was about any sort of input from the administration, like teachers and administrators and things of that nature, about their thoughts
About this transition piece or about the permanent feeder alignment?
not the permanent, I'm so sorry, just about this transition piece of how to do it.
Okay,
yeah.
so that's where we have the 4 community meetings coming up, where we will then be able to get that input.
Ms. Wilson was also asking whether there's any staff feedback.
They would be able to come to the community meetings. That's what we've explained to them, that they can come to the community meetings. Just as anyone, they will have opportunities to email us directly with any ideas or concerns that they may have so that we can address those.
Just to build on that, Ms. Adams met with the North Albany staff, I believe, on Friday to go over some possibilities that we were presenting, and then she and I met with the O'Neill staff this morning to talk about the options that we would be presenting.
Okay, so I see everybody looking thoughtful. Oh, Dr. Chitori.
While we're still looking at options, and I understand the multiple transition problem that we have, is it, so you got about 80 students that are in 6th grade in North Albany based on these 40? Would it be possible to place those 40 students in the other schools that have 6th grade? The reason why I ask is because then you have an empty, can you accelerate the construction schedule as an option E?
So when we looked at our current gradation for our 5th graders moving to 6th grade, what we would ultimately do if we tried to place those 40 students into existing 6th grade space is we would, possibly not have enough space based on current enrollment, or we would end up in a space where come September we would have no space for any new enrollment for 6th graders based on our existing spaces.
The other thing which I think you spoke to last time we talked about this is what happened when those 6th grades roll up to the 7th grade. There's something a little strange because it doesn't show on this slide. Myers looks quite under-enrolled versus Hackett, but the 7th and 8th grade, because of the schools that join into Myers, are much larger, so the 7th and 8th grade are slightly over-enrolled. So if you added 40 students in 6th grade, then the following year, you'd have really, really overcapacity at Myers in 7th and 8th grade. Anyone else with other creative ideas? I can speak from having watched the looks on faces of cabinet members as they've talked about this. They would be open to magical ideas that people came up with that were different or better than this. They have put a lot of hard thinking into coming up with these options because we are faced with these limitations. Any other ideas? Again, we're still going to talk about how we might re-enroll North Albany students to other sites, but just within the context of what we might do about middle school. Ms. Lang.
And I just also want to talk about the shared services with AIC as well, that the 6th graders that would be coming in already have a system of the specials and all the teachers, as well as what that 6th grade team would look like.
So we wouldn't necessarily share services between AIC and the new 6th grade cohort at North Albany. There may be some. For example, the behavior specialist currently is shared between the North Albany Elementary and the AIC program. We would maintain that there. But what we would do is look at the services and the supports that we're currently providing our 6th graders at O'Neill and share those services with the 6th grade team over at North Albany.
Ms. Wilson.
Thank you again, and I appreciate what you guys have presented. I just wanted to iterate that because I do think you had to confront this head on and come up with a lot of different options, so we appreciate you so much. And I wanted to ask again about the KIPP Elementary, because I don't think I heard this part properly. You're anticipating that they add 160 students each year, or just 160 over the period of years that they're doing addition? I misheard that, so I apologize.
I'm not the expert, but Ron Lesko is indicating that it's over 2 years.
Okay. Are people ready to turn now to the second question of questions about the two options presented and any other creative ideas we have for how we might re-enroll the current North Albany elementary students if we were to choose option C or D? You guys ready to move on to that? Okay. One question at a time, please. Ms. Krejci.
So I couldn't quite figure out how the math worked with that. When I was looking at the number of students on the slide on page 6, it looked like there were 295 students currently at North Albany, of whom 29 were in the Arbor Hill Zone. So if you take out the ones in the Arbor Hill Zone, you get 266. But then on the slide where it talks about open enrollment options, it looked like on slide 8, it looked like there were 137 open seats. So how does that work exactly? Sorry. So is the slide on page 8, that total number 137, does that represent the total number of open enroll seats in the district at those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 schools?
Yes, after I've accommodated for the students going back to their home schools.
Oh, okay, so that's after you've already put the students from North Albany in. You're saying there would still be open enrollment at. Thank you.
Ms. Alexander-Mann, did you want to ask a follow-up question with your microphone?
Can you clarify that again? What did
Yeah,
you say, Ellen?
so what Ellen was saying is there are 295 students that we have to find a home for North Albany.
29 are from Arbor Hill.
Correct. So she's saying even if the 29 went to Arbor Hill, she didn't see how the 137 spaces in those schools listed below would accommodate the remaining students. But this open enrollment space is just for the North Albany zone students, which is 100, to be accommodated into those schools. That 137 number total at the bottom of that chart has already taken into account placing the North Albany students back into their home schools. So I would only need to find spaces for 100 North Albany students in those 137 seats.
Okay.
Who's next? I think we're all going to need to continue to process this. I suspect this is going to be a longer discussion next time, but does anybody have another question they've got in their mind at this time? Ms. Lang.
Do the open enrollment spots include magnets? I know the magnet lottery has since closed. Is
No,
that
and
part
so
of?
it's a great question, Jen. It does not, and so you'll notice there are other schools that are missing from there who may have a seat here, a seat there. These are the schools that had the most spaces available that got me to over 100 spaces that would allow me to accommodate the North Albany students. So there would still be space in our magnet school programs to accommodate them, as well as random seats in the schools that aren't listed here.
Okay. And if we were going to do the option where open enrollment, everyone has open enrollment of where those parents or families choose, I'm assuming we would need some kind of coordinator or some family dedicated to reach out to all of these families to explain everything. Okay.
And just as a follow-up on that, while the official magnet lottery deadline is closed for the first draw, because we have over the years developed a system where we use a waiting pool and redraw the lottery regularly, that's a very equitable and open a process for these families, because if they find out tomorrow that there's not going to be an elementary school for them, they can put into the magnet lottery, and there are often magnet seats that are not taken during the first lottery, especially for the older students, and also not every student registers, and so there's always movement even in the magnets for students later on, which is a very nice thing about the waiting pool that Dr. Wilson-Turner has encouraged us to take advantage of. Mrs. Alexander-Mann?
So this would go against the lottery, but could there be a scenario where a parent would say, "I'd like to go to that particular magnet school," and we would just do that? Or is that against?
That
the
would be a
rules?
board decision, right? This whole process has to be defined. How we would these students be given preference in and this is actually one of my questions is. Every student in this district is eligible to open enroll at all times.
Correct.
So I'm not really sure I understand the difference between D1 and D2, because any student at North Albany can attempt to open enroll, and we can't say, no, you have to go to Arbor Hill. Right? I don't really understand the difference between D1 and D2 in the context of open enrollment is of eligible student for every student.
So the difference between D1 and D2 is that we would not be saying that everyone is automatically going to Arbor Hill Elementary School. That is the only difference. In D1, we are planning and staffing as if those North Albany students will go to Arbor Hill Elementary School. Yes, they would always have the option to open enroll, but how we're planning is they would attend there, and that we would basically place them at the end of the school year into the school that they would be zoned for. So for example, a great example is what we do with our pre-K roll-up. When our students register for pre-K, they know that they're going to be rolled to their home kindergarten school for the kindergarten school year. Parents don't have to do anything. So you talk about that communication piece and get people to fill out paperwork and all that piece. We take that out of the mix and we enroll them where they're supposed to go. So in option 1, we would enroll the North Albany students to Arbor Hill, and we would enroll the remaining students back to their home school. Whereas option D2, to Board Member Lang's point, will requires, a lot of outreach and work to let families know what their options are and what we're going to allow them to do in terms of enrolling in the school of their choice.
So am I understanding you correctly to say, if I'm trying to really understand the heart of the difference between D1 and D2, is that option D1, by default, the students would go to Arbor Hill. It's almost as if we'd erased the line between the Arbor Hill and North Albany catchment areas and made it all an Arbor Hill catchment area, but they would still be eligible to open enroll. Whereas with option 2, there would be no default placement for them. They would have to participate in some process to be determined in order to select their ultimate school.
Yeah.
Or we would have to make that determination for families. So in option 2, if we weren't able to reach a family or to get a family to commit to an open enrollment, we would have to make a determination about the placement of those students based on the available space that we have in the district. So there are absolutely decisions that we have to make about how we're going to go about executing the movement of those students if we were to choose those options.
I also want to note that D1 adds the additional 4 FTEs to staff those 4 additional sections at Arbor Hill.
So I'm still trying to verbalize this on behalf of my colleagues in a way that we can process it. Option D1, you're actually increasing the size of Arbor Hill explicitly in order to move more children from North Albany so that they can stay with their school community and stay together. With option D2, you're not changing the size of Arbor Hill. You're fitting the kids in throughout the district, so it saves us in a little bit of additional money, a little bit being $400,000, which is a lot of bit in my life, but it's a little bit in the context of the school district budget. But it does not allow for that school to stay with their own students, the students to stay together should they so choose. I see. Okay, that's extremely helpful. Ms. Lang, then Ms. Wilson, is that okay?
And also the transportation.
Right.
That's the part. I mean, as everyone can attest here, my whole entire, not all of my focus, but a lot of my focus has been on that safety zone, child zone of the children walking from North Albany Middle School, from Arbor Hill and Catchment to the North Albany Middle School. And so we still have to, address that. We're working very hard with legislation potentially, for funding potentially for that corridor, everything that we can. And I think the open enrollment option and something the parents would then have would be busing and not having to walk through those vacant lots in that industrial park.
So I would like to ask for, and I feel like we've gotten some semblance of this somewhere along the line because we've been down this road so many times, but what would be the transportation cost? Now, I know by state law, we cannot simply take district money and pay for transportation, even if we want to do that, but we cannot do that. We're prohibited from doing that by state law. So I would just like to still have an estimate of what that amount of money is, what it would take to provide transportation for the North Albany elementary students for the next 4 years, which would be the period that we're really looking through, just so that we understand the scale. Perhaps it's a small enough scale that there could be an outside funder who would not give us the money, but would provide private transportation for North Albany students. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because we can't do it. We cannot, by law, provide transportation until we have unless we have a referendum. But a third party outside could, if they chose to, could make a decision to provide private transportation where children would get to North Albany and take one bus from North Albany, something like that.
And you're looking for that in options D1,
any option where
D2, and
yeah, let's call it option
1.5.
C and D, right? Because
Okay.
the D1, D2 thing is just, it
So
conflates
option
that.
C
Yeah, in
and
option
D.
C and D, which is the 2 where North Albany does not continue to exist. And think about that a little bit if that's a sensible question. But do you understand where I'm trying to get with that? Is like we're really trying to make this the least painful as possible on those families. Ms. Wilson, did you have something? Because I had said you're going next, and then I totally jumped in on you.
That's fine. When I'm looking at the B and C options, and C indicates all O'Neill 6th grade at North Albany, that still allows, or is this kind of like more, what's the word I'm looking for, sort of cordoned off where there's no flexibility if we need more room in C, i.e. if for other students, like if they cycle back in from another school or charter or something like that. That was what I was curious about.
Yes, there would still be flexibility for the purposes of construction. What that option does is adds another transition for our students, because they would transfer to North Albany for 6th grade, and then they would transition back to O'Neill for 7th and 8th grade. But we'd still have the flexibility from a construction perspective to make those.
And even from a staffing perspective, it's not a difference in staffing. It's just which staff. There's a team of 6th graders at O'Neill and a team of 6th graders at North Albany, or 2 teams of 6th graders at North Albany.
Correct.
Dr. Chatur.
So when you look at options D1 and D2, these cost savings that you're talking about, does that include the fact that there'll be an increase in cost in busing the kids who are going to North Albany to different schools now?
Technically, if 2/3 of the students are returning to their attendance zone schools, they are less likely to need transportation that we are currently paying for them now.
So that'll offset that.
So it should technically be a wash.
Okay. And the CDTA buses for the 40 to 80 kids that would go to the North Albany Academy Middle School is also sort of covered.
Well, and you know, to the discussion point from before, we have the reverse problem for our 6th graders coming from Arbor Hill to go to North Albany. They also would not be eligible for transportation in that model.
One thing I would like to understand a little better, which I know you probably haven't thought through all the way, but regardless of how we do this, there's going to be an increased pressure on the open enrollment process. It doesn't matter whether we choose option 1 or option 2. There's going to be more people open enrolling next year if we choose C or D. And as you guys know, I've always wanted to have the open enrollment process be more streamlined and better understood. And in fact, I think I've been pretty clear that my belief is that a lottery system is an important component ultimately of an open enrollment process, because otherwise it's unclear to me how the decision is made. If there's more children that want a slot, then there are slots to be given. And so I'm wondering if you've given any thought to that, not just about this, but about open enrollment as a whole, because this is gonna, if there's any fragility to how we're providing open enrollment now, this is going to put a lot of pressure on it, and it's going to break the system.
So my initial thought was that because of the nature of what we would have to do with North Albany, is that I would actually do open enrollment for North Albany earlier than we've done open enrollment for anyone in the past, so that these students are guaranteed a space at the school that they would like to be at, you know, pending space being available, which would in fact impact the available seats for the rest of the district to have open enrollment when we traditionally open up that process. The current open enrollment process really focuses on, much like the lottery, the sibling preference and those who were in the school and may have moved and want them to keep them there. And then it really is almost like a waiting, not even like a waiting list of a first come, first serve. So if I got my application in before everyone else. So basically we would want to treat North Albany somewhat outside of that and place them first. And then any remaining seats would go out in our normal open enrollment process to our families, is my initial thinking of how we would handle North Albany in particular.
I understand. Thank you. Any other questions tonight on this topic? Again, we are going to talk about this again in 2 weeks. We hope to have good community participation that night, because we will be physically located at North Albany Academy that night. We've changed our board schedule to make sure we can be there. But for tonight, have we reached the end for our? Okay. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. This is a difficult decision, and we appreciate all the information you've given us to make it.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, and to our community members. Just a reminder that we have 4 community meetings coming up. They are posted. We will make sure that you are aware, and we will keep sending out the notifications Monday and Tuesday of this coming week, and then Monday and Tuesday of the following week. So please, we have 4 community meetings. Please come out and provide your input. Thank you.
So that brings us now to the discussion of the two upcoming facilities projects that we anticipate doing referenda for this season. So this is the middle school facilities project first, and then after that discussion, we're going to discuss the 5-year facilities plan. Mr. Hogan, where's your partner in crime? Mr. Peckham, he thought we were going to ask more questions.
Yeah,
but we
he
didn't.
is here. Yes, he is here. All right, I'll do an introduction, and then Mr. Peckham can jump right into the presentation. How is that? There he is. So what we're going to do is give you an update on the North Albany proposed middle school project, and also that does include some modifications to Arbor Hill Elementary School to expand some space for anticipated additional students coming into the building. And after we complete that, we'll talk more specifically about the 5-year facilities plan. The 5-year facilities plan is just a general plan that covers, in this case, 18 different buildings. It's just routine maintenance, things like roofs and parking lots and boilers, just standard things to keep our facilities in good operating order. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Rich Peckham of CS Arch to talk to us about the update.
Thank you, Bill. So just to really review what we went over at the last board meeting, this is the proposed site plan for the middle school at North Albany Academy. And what we looked at last time was changing the auditorium orientation and seating so that we could get a 650 seat auditorium all on one level. And then the other area, so that's the area that you see in yellow in the middle of the plan. We do need to make a slight modification to the driveway that runs behind the school and connects the doesn't seem like it works on that screen. There we go. Connects the school driveway to the YMCA driveway. We lose about 6 parking spots by doing that in the back, but the school will pick up all of the parking for the YMCA when we make this change. And then we're building a classroom and cafeteria and kitchen addition at that location in the building. So just quickly reviewing the overall floor plan, cafeteria and kitchen addition here, modifications to the existing library to convert that into music space, reworking the connector to provide a stair to go up to the auditorium, renovations of the part of the YMCA, which is their daycare center right now, into the special spaces for family and consumer sciences and technology education on the first floor. Second floor, we're making a connection of the classrooms across where the bridge currently connects between the 2 parts of North Albany Academy, renovating all the existing science classrooms from elementary level classrooms to middle school classrooms. And then this is the construction of the 650 seat auditorium on the second floor. Third floor adds classrooms, again connecting the 2 wings of the existing building, and also provides that connection at the third floor. There's currently no connection between the front and back portions of that building at the third floor. Does some other renovations in the building, and just generally converts it from an elementary school classrooms to middle school classrooms. So with this option, the estimated total project cost, including the purchase of the YMCA for this project, is $28.46 million. We're estimating that $17.36 million of that will be paid for by state aid reimbursement, and the other $11.1 million will come from the capital reserve funding. Moving on to the work at Arbor Hill Elementary School as far as modifications. As we've continued to work with the district to really define what the needs are across the entire district for space, we've been able to reduce some of the impacts at Arbor Hill. So in this case, we are creating some additional classrooms and renovating some existing space on the first floor of Arbor Hill in this area. On the second floor, we had been talking about renovating this area also, but with these adjustments across the whole district, it's not felt that that's necessary to do that at this point in time. So the estimated project costs for Arbor Hill for these classroom modifications are $3.4 million of total costs, $2.8 million of state aid funding reimbursement, and then $600,000 from the Capital Reserve Fund necessary to complete the funding of the Arbor Hill project. So just look at the combined budgets between those two. You can see the numbers I've just talked about for the total project cost from North Albany Academy and Arbor Hill for a commitment of $31.86 million for those two projects. Capital Reserve budget funding for those, $11.1 million at North Albany Academy, $600,000 for Arbor Hill, for $11.7 million total committed between those two projects. And the significance of that is how much do we have left to deal with the 5-year plan. So given a $15 million total capital reserve fund, it leaves $3.3 million for 5-year plan projects, which is up $300,000 from when we presented this on the 14th of February. So do you want to ask questions on that piece
let's
before we
pause
move
at this
on?
point because I think that's the, well, this section of your slides pertains to the 5-year plan and everything following does, right?
Yes.
So okay. So let's take a moment to ask questions now about anything about the facilities project planned at North Albany or Arbor Hill. So that's not the 5-year plan, but the two at North Albany and Arbor Hill as presented by Mr. Peckham tonight. Again, for members of the audience who don't join us all the time, we've been talking about these projects in great detail, meeting after meeting after meeting, and we're now closing in on a final decision. So there is not a lot of detail in these slides, but if you're interested, if you go back in board docs, you can see lots of detail throughout. Questions and comments from my colleagues? Again, as usual, we'll try and do one at a time to maximize our efficiency. Anyone? I have one small comment. I'd like the place on the North Albany slide marked that will be retained for the Albany Public Library. There's some confusion always in the community's mind about what might happen in this model to the Albany Public Library. So I'd like to have that space marked on the slides to reduce confusion on that point. Anyone else have anything to comment on?
Yeah, well, we can highlight that, but just for clarification, it's this front corner of the building there that's the Albany Public Library right now.
And then my only other question was, so it sounds like when we're done with the Arbor Hill renovation that we anticipate putting in front of the voters this May, there would still be unrenovated space on that second floor. So we would still be in the state where we would have some flexibility in an emergency situation to quickly renovate that space for additional classrooms. Is my understanding that correctly?
Correct.
Any other questions that people have about these? I think this is really the last presentation before we vote on the bond. Mr. Hogan's nodding sagely at me. The next step for this project would be for us to vote on the language that the voters would see on their ballots on the May 21st vote. So this is a good time to have any final thoughts about it. You will have obviously one more opportunity for discussion before we vote at the next board meeting on March 21st. Dr. Chatur.
Yeah, I wasn't there at the last board meeting, so I did not get to thank you for making that 650 seat auditorium possible. So I'm glad that worked out, and thank you.
Okay, so unless I see somebody raise their hand, we're going to move on to discuss the 5-year facilities plan, beginning with the new information, which is the acoustic study.
Yes, we were asked to review acoustics in cafeterias, essentially, because there's been comments about how loud cafeterias get during lunch and if there's anything that can be done about that. So we reached out to our acoustical consultant, and his response was that if the ceilings have what's called a noise reduction coefficient of 0.9 or higher, that's typically enough to get reasonable sound reduction in cafeterias. With the caveat that if any of the cafeterias have ceiling heights that are higher than 12 feet, then sometimes you need to get some additional acoustical treatment on the walls. So currently we've identified 8 schools that do not meet this 0.90 threshold for acoustical treatment of the ceilings. And they are Ash, Eagle Point, Giffen, New Scotland, Schuyler Achievement Academy, Sheridan Preparatory Academy, O'Neill, and Myers Middle School. So looking at that, and it's really simple. Basically, you take out the ceiling tile that we're looking at in this room as an example, replace them with ceiling tile with a higher NRC coefficient, and it helps reduce the noise level, because really what that's doing is either absorbing or letting the sound go through into the space between the ceiling and the floor above. The cost to replace those ceiling tiles in those 8 schools through the 5-year plan capital project is an estimated cost of $167,000.
Just before you advance,
Okay.
I wanted to call out something, and it just brings to mind the fact that Vicki isn't here, so I apologize. But just to point out that the schools who did have the 0.90, which for everyone's benefit, that's the recommended treatment to the ceiling so that they don't bounce sound all around. The schools that did have the 0.90 was Delaware, Montessori, Pine Hills, Hackett, and Tony Clement, just for the edification of the board.
Okay, any other questions about the acoustics? Since this is brand new, we have not heard this before. If anybody has any additional questions about this, we could do those now. Okay. I do find it ironic that the 2 schools that we had heard many, many complaints from community members about were 2 of the schools that were identified as having met noise standards. So that is interesting. It raises some alarm to me about how noisy it must be in the other cafeterias, where perhaps the parents don't feel as connected to board members where they feel comfortable complaining. That's alarming to me, and is more evidence that we need a wider set of voices on the board all the time. And also, I am quite curious about the standard, because the 2 of these schools we do hear regularly complaints that the noise in the cafeteria. I see some dual and DCS families going, we get regular complaints that these schools, that it's a point of friction between staff and students, because the students are just being kids and the staff is trying to make them quieter all the time. So I do wonder, and I know that this is best practices, but I will tell you that the lived experience at least 2 of those schools does not match what we're hearing from you. And I'm not necessarily saying we should do anything differently about it in the 5-year plan. I respect the professionalism of the acoustics engineer, but this does not match our lived experience of what's a satisfactorily acoustically sound cafeteria. So I had to share that. Ms. Lang.
And I also want to add, as the person who asked for an acoustic evaluation of the cafeterias around the district, this is very different than what I'm glad these schools were identified, of course, because that is what we're doing. We're looking for equity. We're looking at all schools. We're not just asking for one school. We want to make sure that every school is set by the same set of standards. And so I'm kind of curious, as the rating of the 0.9, that is the actual material that we are having this, or this is the actual sound from a machine that you've been able to do? I mean, obviously, if everybody's silent, you're going to get a silent read, but I guess I'm a little curious as to the metrics of this.
The noise reduction coefficient is a test measurement of how effectively a ceiling tile reduces noise. Now, a 1.0 doesn't mean that the place is going to be silent when you put that in there, but the higher that number is, the more sound reduction is going to take place. So the highest you can get is a 1.0. There are some ceiling tile that do go that high, but normally the highest ones are like 0.9, 0.95. So it's really a test of the ceiling tile itself that's done in a lab to test that noise reduction.
So it's not a test, I had misunderstood, it's not an in-place test?
No.
It's just an evaluation of the building material?
Correct.
Okay, so that seems to indicate that the building material is not the only piece of people's experience of noise in that space. So I don't know where to go from that about what to do next with it, but I'm struck by this.
I mean-
Ms. Krejci has a comment, and then we'll go on.
I think that's what I was trying to get at, that it looks like from what we discussed that this is more an academic based on the building plans, based on the materials used. There shouldn't be a problem, but is there a way to send somebody in there to do decibel testing and see what the problem is? Because every building's got different floors and different windows and different layouts that might affect, or different HVAC systems that might affect things.
I mean, when we get into the design of the replacement, we can have our acoustical engineer come out and actually take readings during lunch and see what the noise levels really are in those spaces, and he might have other recommendations. He may say it's better to add some additional wall material than replace the ceiling tile.
So I understand that. I'm going to have Dr. Tutor, then Ms. Wilson. I know I have another question or comment, and so we'll go on.
So that's with regards to a tile, but you can also have baffles to absorb the sound on the side of the top walls, right? And this doesn't include, this cost is just for the tiles.
That cost, yes.
Can you
Ms. Wilson.
estimate how much the other stuff, adding the other stuff would cost?
Well, some of it comes into how much wall area there is to put the additional material on. Like if you think about Myers Cafeteria, there's a lot of glass and windows at the exterior walls. There's not a lot of area. So your ability in this cafeteria, you could get quite a bit of wall material too. It's just the balance of the benefits versus the costs of doing that. And in the detailed analysis, we might find that particularly some of the schools that have ceiling tile that are 0.7, we may find you get more benefit for the dollar to leave the 0.7 ceiling tile and add materials to the wall. But that takes a little bit more acoustical evaluation than is appropriate at this level of exploration.
Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, and I stand also similarly in a similar opinion with my board colleagues that we should continue to investigate it, but I feel like we should look at it creatively also. So I'm curious if we could share the summary you gave to facilities that explain this entire process with the rest of our board colleagues, because I know there's also an element of North Albany has had an additional acoustic treatment already. And the existing ceiling height is 12 feet or less. Can you explain, does that have an impact on this discussion, the fact that they have this newer additional acoustic treatment and what
I
that
do
entails?
think we have that. That's on board
it's on
docs
board
already.
docs.
Yeah, we
Oh,
do
okay,
have
my
that.
apology. Okay.
I guess my question is, because this is really just a measure of the ceiling tile, it's not a measure of the experience, I want to make sure that we're actually spending the money wisely. So if we identify these schools as needing ceiling tiles, but in fact that's not really the issue, it's not money well spent. So I'm wondering, is it allowable legally in the referendum to include an allowance for acoustical work in cafeterias and not define the schools that we're doing it in and not define exactly what we're doing, but to define an allowance that we would then use to investigate and make a final solution?
The resolutions will be written general enough that you have that flexibility, that they will say improvements at the schools, and if you need to get more detail and just say acoustical upgrades across the district, that gives you the flexibility to allocate that money as appropriate.
So I would like to consider that we take, though, I think you have it in at 167, and I haven't gone through the whole list just tonight, so I have to go look and see what everything is. And any other monies that end up at the end, like that little twist that we end up with where we're not quite at that 15 million or whatever our number is, and make that an allowance for acoustical work in cafeterias to be determined based on investigation. I'm seeing a lot of nodding, so that's reassuring. Any other questions about acoustics, or can we move on to the balance of the 5-year facilities plan? Okay, let's move on.
So really, this is just a cost summary slide that shows the 3.3 million. And when we looked at that and went through the detailed list of the 5-year plan items, that gets us to $13.656 million of actual project costs on the 5-year plan items, which include 84, the top listed 84 items on the overall more detailed 5-year plan list, which is available if we want to pull that up. We have one more slide relative to the overall project financial plan in the presentation, or we can suspend the PowerPoint and pull up the list of the 5-year plan projects if we want to.
I think we can go ahead to the project financial plan and then ask all the questions at once, if that's okay.
So this just is a summary of the total financial plan for the bond referendum that's being proposed. 28.46 million at North Albany Academy, 3.4 million of renovations at Arbor Hill. That does not include 5-year plan items that are also at Arbor Hill. And then the total 5-year facilities plan at numerous buildings of 13.656 million, for a proposed total bond referendum of 45.516 million. Of that, capital reserve fund would be 15 million, and then the building aid generated by the project would be 30.516 million, so your costs and your funding balance. There's one nuance on the capital reserve fund that I think Bill's going to talk about, but this is an assumed increase in the tax levy due to this capital project referendum of 0 on the tax rate.
Yes, and then the last item is, throughout these discussions, we've been using a nice round number in the capital reserve of 15 million, but to get it there, we actually need a budget transfer of $56,000. We'd like to get your feedback on that tonight as a discussion, so that if you're in agreement at the next meeting, we would have to do that in this package for the project cost. So next time you see a resolution for a budget transfer from the general fund to the capital reserve of $56,000.
Gentlemen, you ready for questions? Yeah? Okay. Board colleagues, as always, we'll try and go one question per board member to get started. Anybody have a question, comment, or thought on the 5-year facilities plan they are jumping at? Ms. Lang.
I know that we talked about all the electric signage. I just want to make sure that all the buildings now will have electric signage, and we've got equity across the board for those. That's my first question.
There are one school that has a sign already approved, the district has in their possession, that was funded by a grant. That's Schuyler Achievement Academy. And the district is applying for grants for 3 other schools, Arbor Hill, Toast, and I forget the third one. The one that occurred to me that does not have an electronic sign, that's not currently on this list, is Myers.
Montessori doesn't have one either.
Well,
No, Ash. Ash has a changeable letter sign, but it does
Well-
not have a electronic sign.
Ash is on the list here.
Ash is one of the ones we're doing this issue.
Ash is on the list, item number 45. 45, 46, and 47 are electronic signs for Ash, New Scotland, and Delaware. So I know that Myers does not currently have a sign, and Montessori is the other one.
Yeah, that might be the grant, but I'm not positive.
No, I think the other grant item was SPA.
think O'Neill doesn't have one.
Ms. Krejci is adding that Edmund O'Neill does not have, she doesn't get, so I guess we shouldn't be doing this on the board floor. I guess we need you guys to do an audit of electronic signs. Ms. Bridgewater in the back's like, yep, yes you do. So if we could have it's a good question, Jen, just like we did. So this is consistent with what we've done in other cases. You'll note, when those of you who are looking, whoever's got the mouse, could you bring up the big list? We have been asking, board members have been asking routinely to make sure that when these things are happening, they're happening consistently. So for example, this list includes air conditioning every gym in the district that does not currently have air conditioning. You heard the conversation about equity around the noise reductions. There's many things that we're trying to do to address things at every school where it is appropriate. Not every school is the same and not every school should be the same, but there are certain things that we expect to be the same. So unfortunately, that's going to add some money to the project. It's quite a lot of money because we're talking about at least 4 or 5 that we all named off the top of our heads, and that will be a decision that we will have to make. One of the things that we have to keep in mind is that different school communities prioritize things differently, and that's okay too. So let's put that on the to-do list to come back next time when we hope to vote on this. And move on to the next question. Ms. Krejci.
Though it looks like the good news, I guess, is that these electronic signs appear to be about 80% fundable. So it maybe won't be as huge of a.
Yes, that's helpful, definitely. It looks like based on the ones that we can see here that our cost, the local share, is about $10,000, a little less per sign. So that's helpful. Can we do Dr. Chatur?
Can you go to line item?
Which one?
81, that's the, reduce the size of the nurse's office at Montessori?
Yes.
Because it used to be 11,000, and now it's sitting at 25.
I went back and checked, and I had mistranscribed a number from Turner's estimate.
So it should have been 25.
It should be 25, yes.
Okay.
Is the local share still right on that though? 3.875, we are only paying less than $4,000 out of a $25,000 expense, is that right? The state's picking up to over $21,000?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Wilson, did you have something?
Just 2 numbers. 77 was the item we just spoke about, the acoustical treatment. So my question is that coming, was our discussion that we'll revisit that, or is it staying on at a 2.5 was the first part of that, was the first number I was inquiring about?
My understanding is that we were going to remove the words 8 schools there so that it's more general, that we're going to use, where it's like an allowance in a contract. We're going to use up to whatever that number ends up being, which may change based on where we are now, to address acoustical issues in schools, but the actual determination will come at the facilities committee, and working with our professional consultants will determine where that gets spent. Ms. Alexander-Mann, did you have something? Who's next? Ms. Wilson again?
Just about the electronic signs and us revisiting that. I know that, like you indicated, this was done with school and community, and they ended up weighting them by priority. So we're just going to do our own offline audit of who has a sign, who doesn't. So we have the base level. We're not. Okay, understood. Thank you.
Dr. Chatur.
I know you guys discussed this last time about the Sunshine School. I mean, I'm still finding it. I mean, it's right now it's used as storage, right? And I know there's a leaky roof. We need to fix that. But you have, for example, New Scotland, which needs water penetration, which has addressed the water penetration, and that's down like number 82. And this is a school building in which we have students, where we have education, and it's fundable because it's where education happens. Why? I mean, I'm still finding it hard. Yes, you guys brought down the price by 60 grand, but is there not a way that we can have a temporary fix till we actually have some sort of programming in the building, where now that becomes fundable, instead of spending the $260,000, which we could use to do something else in one of the other buildings where we have kids and we have programming?
Dr. Chatur, you and I think quite alike, because this sounds like a very familiar question from last time. And they did bring it down a little bit, which is helpful.
It's the case where the roof there, and I went and looked at the building, is the point where the leaks have started to deteriorate some of the structural roof deck. So, you know, you can continue to patch anything, but it's going to be a continual patching process. That roof's been patched 2 or 3 times already. So that's the concern on that roof, that it's to the point where it's going to be a continued maintenance issue until it gets replaced.
You know, my whole thought is like, each of the $260,000, let's say it costs us $20,000 to patch it, it buys us that 5 years. Right?
Yeah.
Now we have all that money to do the stuff in the other buildings that really need to get done.
So we did definitely ask this and pursue this last time. I know you listened to the minutes. I think at this point we need to just step away from that. We're going to go on to Ms. Alexander-Mann's question, and then when we come back next time, when we have the finals on the signs, you know, we can, as a board, say we would rather do less work on the Sunshine School. We can do that, but it is basically shifting capital expense to operating expense is what you're doing, because we're going to end up spending a lot of time and money on maintaining it. So keep it in mind for next time when we're really going to have to come to brass tacks on that. Ms. Alexander-Mann, and then you, Ms. Krejci.
So the question is about the Sunshine School. What is stored there?
Right now, it's some old furniture and miscellaneous stuff in that school. Because of the condition of the school, Brian Dengler was saying he's going to try to get most of the stuff out of there.
And
So,
I
but-
believe
but
that the lack of the roofing issue is not only impacting the material that's stored in the school, it's affecting the structure of the building itself. So it's not just a matter of protecting whatever we've got stored in there, it's making sure that that building does not degrade further, making it more expensive to repair and construct in the future. Is that a reasonable thing to say?
Yes.
Ms. Krejci.
Just pointing out for the benefit of people who are listening or observing that may not be aware that the building is a that the Sunshine School building, although we're not using it for educational space right now, we happen to own it, and it happens to be a National Historical Landmark, so we have certain obligations with regard to keeping it up. And that's part of the reason that we're putting the money, that the 5-year capital plan includes basically the minimal amount of money to fix the roof to keep the building from crumbling.
Although the worst of the roof issues are in the new section, right?
Yeah, that's what we're going to say. The part where the majority of this roofing needs to be done is not part of the historic landmark. It was
Okay.
built in 75 or 74 or something like that.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, anything else on the 5-year facilities plan? Again, we are going to come back in 2 weeks on March 21st, and we are going to vote for bond referenda language subject to the information about the signs, and we're also going to vote on for the $56,000 transfer. Ms. has something to add.
Yeah, I guess I just ask you to give some thought, because if we put on an additional $50,000 or $60,000 in signs, we're going to have to take $50,000 or $60,000 off. So I noticed the last, it would probably be things toward the bottom, but I guess I'd ask you to look at items like 83, 84.
Do I recall correctly that everything that's in the 2.5 section, you guys treated as all the 2.5s have not been prioritized within their 2.5 category? Is that right?
Correct.
So we'd
Yeah.
presumably want to choose, if we wanted to do the signs, the comparable amount of work out of the 2.5 category in order to make that difference.
Yeah, there's one 2.6. Item 84 is a 2.6.
I didn't even notice that 2.6 slipped above
but
the line.
give some thought, because we can't add anything without taking something off.
We understand.
Okay.
I mean, we could transfer more than 56,000 from the general fund to the capital reserve in order to pay for an additional item if we wanted to.
Correct.
Okay.
We would need to know that, because, yeah.
We need to make that decision.
Yeah, we would have
Because
to
we're voting on
amend.
them both the same night, we could vote for $106,000 transfer to make the difference, yes?
Yeah, we could change the resolution amount. We could come with it blank, which is probably a better idea.
I think that's an excellent suggestion, Mr. Hogan. Ms. Wilson?
I was actually pointing to Ellen, but I also wanted to make sure that we kept some have the paragraph community, and I think we went through a process that really prioritized what the community wanted, although some, for example, DCS prioritized an electronic sign, others are just noted. So I think we have to evaluate that too, but I was more so pointing to Ellen.
I just wanted to say for a second that this represents the culmination of a project that started years ago to actually investigate the conditions of the outdoor spaces, playgrounds, and play spaces at the schools, which hadn't been done before. And I really am so thrilled that despite our difficult financial conditions, we've managed to allocate the money here to do site work at DCS and Montessori for their play fields, as well as build a new suitable playground at Toast. So again, creating that equity for all students throughout the district to play, and putting in some sports type tennis courts at Myers. So I'm really excited by what we're doing there. Thank you.
All right, all set? Thank you, gentlemen, very, very much. So, we're not done yet. We have more. Now we move on to programming, and we're going to have a discussion of our elementary special programs, focusing tonight on the dual language program. This board has asked that over a period of months that we have a focus night for each of our elementary themed programs, the 3 magnets and dual, because it's not something that's been presented at the board level for some number of years. And so we're cycling through all of them. Ms. Adams.
So at this time, I'd like to welcome back to the microphone Dr. Cecily Wilson-Turner, who is our Assistant Superintendent over at the Elementary Instructional Division. And with her tonight, we have Dr. Ken Lang, who is the principal at DCS. So welcome and thank you.
Good evening. I would like to thank the board again for the opportunity to showcase our elementary special programs. I would like to indicate that Dr. Lane was previously the principal of Montessori Magnet School, and so had some experience with our special program in that role. And so it was a nice addition to have him come over to Delaware Community School because he actually advocated to be a part of a group that we started to discuss our magnet school programming to include dual language as a special program that we have conversation around, and has resulted in us really looking closely at the dual language program as we look at our other special programs, resulted in us adding them to the lottery process and other changes that have occurred. So we're excited to be able to present the dual language program at Delaware Community School to you this evening, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Lane.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson-Turner. Thank you to the board for having us here, and Ms. Adams. I'd like to thank a number of my staff members and parents who have hung in there. And I do agree that the cafeterias at Montessori and Delaware are extremely loud. So here's a general overview of the program. Typically, a dual language program is a 90-10 program or a 50-50. A 90-10, 90 would be in our case Spanish and 10% English, but we are a 50-50 program. And you can see generally how it's taught. Here are the 4 goals of the program. 1 and 2 are always the main focus for academic achievement in the bilingual and biliteracy. We are working hard right now in our program, in our dual language meetings, to look more at community cultural relationships. And it was noted earlier today that the home school partnerships and the dual language program, it's an incredible connection, and we draw lots and lots of people to really build a strong community. Here are the current numbers. You can see we have a goal of 162 students. Currently we're at 152. Basically at pre-K it'll be 18, and then our goal is 24 in each of the others. We occasionally get that anomaly like you see at 4th grade, where for one reason or other families leave. If we had people to put in there, we would. At that level, only Spanish-speaking students can go in, so sometimes it's harder to recruit the numbers. But we do have a number of schools who will make a call to us if they think they have a student Spanish speaker, and they look to see if we have space. You can also see the total numbers right now are 66 English speakers and 86 Spanish speakers. And again, that's because after first grade, we can only add Spanish speakers, and we always try to fill the seats so we go past that 12 and 12 balance. We do have just a small percentage of special ed, and it's resource room and related services like speech. And you can see the percentages of the English speakers: 17% Black, 47% Hispanic, and 36% white. The overview: we have pre-K through 5. We are one of the, our school has one of the 5 pre-K teachers in the district who work for the Albany City Schools, including a TA at that level. We have, what's unique for us is a Spanish as a second language teacher and a half-time Spanish academic intervention service teacher for the, it's just unique to have someone who's specific for Spanish speaking. The 4 on the bottom, from social worker down, they're not there specifically for the program. We would have those positions anyway, but it's been very thoughtful in trying to make sure we have the support in Spanish. Here's implications for budget: the pre-K teacher and assistant, the Spanish as a second language teacher. The 2 numbers for AIS, the position is very difficult to fill. It's a half-time position, so it comes with no benefits, but it requires 2 certifications. We typically don't get many bites from OLAS, and we start reaching out, and sometimes we get lucky and there's someone who's been involved, and we get them for a year or 2, and then they move on. There's some incidentals like the RAS Kids Language Acquisition Survey, which is a benchmarking. Those are consumable textbooks. And the transportation, I wasn't really sure how to parse this out, but we have about 60 dual language students who are routed for a bus. One bus costs $34,000. I don't think it would be an entire bus because those students would be replaced if dual wasn't there. So it's probably less than that for the busing. I think our strengths include obviously creating the foundation by literacy. We'll look at some of the data in a minute to see the academics. The ENL support in the primary language, because 2 of our ENL teachers speak Spanish. Also the academic intervention that I mentioned, and the family engagement in the dual program. I see as opportunities for growth. You can see the professional development, perhaps expanding the program, and building the community partnerships. These are some of the things that the staff has brought in since I've been there. We now report on a Spanish report card. You see the language acquisition survey is as much an accountability for ourselves to make sure that we're paying attention to how we're doing in the program, but also to measure growth from a pre and a post each year. We do share that information at 5th grade with the middle school. The text for language arts were new. We've added quarterly classroom events to try to make sure we have parents coming in to spend time with the students. The Spanish Heritage Parade, if you have never been to it, please come. It's an entire school parade. We go about a mile around the neighborhood. We get lots of folks. We just had our 2nd year, and more of the community are coming outside to watch what's going on. I mentioned AVID here, the Achievement via Individual Determination. Not that it's specific, it's a school-wide, it's not specific to dual, but it was Mr. Carrera who for a number of years at the dual parent meeting kept asking about Spanish AVID. And I kept saying, well, it's not really Spanish AVID, but we can speak Spanish on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday when we're talking about it. But it is in the building now and being well received by the teachers and students. We do have the monthly meetings. We actually had a dual meeting this morning where we finally rekindled our relationship with Arburn, who is in attendance today. And a couple of us did participate in the initial committee looking at the seal of biliteracy, which of course was something that Ms. Lang promoted at our dual meetings. So for our next steps, we're going to, all of our dual staff members will be members of National Association of Bilingual Ed. We couldn't get to their conference this year, but they have a symposium in New York in October, and I plan on sending some staff members there. We are working on exit outcomes. They were created a number of years ago and didn't really go anywhere, so we discussed them actually this morning at the dual meeting for a handbook that we're going to put together for the coming school year, because we want to make sure the outcomes are listed grade by grade. We're looking at writing specifically, which is something we asked Arburn for some assistance with. I mentioned the handbook. And we are discussing a monthly dual language morning program that's specific to dual, so we can really start bringing community partners in to celebrate heritage and things like that, because we want to excite children about it, because we want them to love the acquisition of the language. Here are some of the metrics. If you take a look at it, if you look at dual, and I broke it down for dual and non-dual and native English and native Spanish, and then I also put district in there because I thought it mattered how it compared across the district. You'll notice that, you know, the duals at the 44th percentile versus district-wide at 37, 46 and 45 for growth, so that's pretty comparative. And mathematics, you see 42 down to 34, and again, fairly equal 44 and 45 for growth. Something I'd like to point out, well, I'll do that on the next slide with the metrics and the E&L students. So while I was not directed to do this, but in my walkthrough with Ms. Savage, she suggested it'd be interesting to see how our E&L students were doing. So I made a quick call to Ken Robin to start pulling the information for me so we can look a little bit longitudinally. It's interesting that you see early the non-dual E&L students seem to actually fare a little bit better. But in the long view, it changes. And that's in part the fact that our students are learning 2 languages to the other students' 1 language. So it almost makes perfect sense that they're going to start out slower because they have 2 languages to learn. And then the last piece there, the last graph is just the chart, is just the most recent NWEA in our building, showing the gains that dual is making. So I have a few recommendations, and okay, it's time for a joke. I will forego my sign this year if I can have something here. Just thought I'd share that.
We'll get to get.
Yeah. I would love to see that half-time position be expanded to full-time, increase the amount of reading time from 0.5 to 0.8, and then add 0.2 of that position as a coordinator to work with Arburn, to work with the community and those sorts of things, and make it possible to hire somebody, you know, who's going to get benefits and want to be there. Allocate, and I know with discussions with Dr. Wilson Turner, a little bit about some of the magnet money, so some of what I'm about to say might be happening. Allocate some money for ongoing professional development, and then help allocate some of the money to help support what we do at our cultural events, our monthly cultural events. So, Mr. Hogan, the budget impact. I put 82,000 for the expanded AIS position because currently it's being paid as a substitute, and the money's not in Title III right now. That's been reallocated, which doesn't mean that that won't get revisited, and maybe it goes 0.5 and 0.5, which is what I hoped, and not have as big an impact on the general fund. And then I think the next two things, I think I could probably handle through Magnet, with 6,000 for professional development and 4,000 for the connections. And I guess at this point, I'll take some questions. And staff, could you please feel free, because some of you have been in the program for close to 20 years. You probably know it better than me.
Thank you, Dr. Lane. Do you want to invite your
I
staff?
told them to all pull chairs up before, but they
All right, well, then
they
why
didn't
don't you,
seem willing.
as questions come up, if you want to solicit somebody in
Sure.
particular, we would welcome you to join us to answer questions. So as usual, we're going to ask one question at a time. This is the first time we've had a presentation on duals, so there will probably be some questions that seem natural to you, unnatural to ask because they're part of your everyday lived experience, but many of us are not terribly familiar with the inner workings of the dual programs. So first question, let's go Ms. Wilson and then Ms. Alexander-Mann.
Thank you so much. Gracias, actually.
De nada.
Thank you. I went to your DCS math night, and I think someone who spoke at public comment about breaking records in terms of attendance. And when I went, I saw so many people there, and I think that's truly a reflection of people really love their school. So it just made me so happy, and I hope, that I imagine that it makes you happy too. So I thought that was beautiful, actually.
Very thanks. Please come to Cinco de Mayo.
I will. Question was about, well, more so observation. I feel that, and I'm thinking beyond even, the confines of school, is that I feel like you have something very unique in this program that many people can look at from creative standpoints in terms of cultural competency and cultural relevancy and programs, and how our students take tests and how they feel about those tests. I feel like we just have a unique population there, and unique in the sense if we had the time and the money, or if someone else had the time and the money to look at, I think we could probably learn a lot from that. So that was just my comment, not a question, and thank you.
Ms. Alexander-Mann.
Thank you for your presentation. My comment was I really appreciated the fact that you took the time to put together the program metrics, to look at them long term. I think it's pretty evident how powerful the program is. So it's more of a comment. Thanks. That's it.
So I'm going to tag on to what Ms. Alexander-Mann said. Unsurprisingly, the statistics that I asked for, I find very interesting, because this is really, I think, for all of us on the board, the thing that we want most for the dual program is to know that the children who are coming in speaking Spanish at home are succeeding in their lives more successfully because of this program. That's what we hope to get out of this program, as well as the Shining Star Jewel program that appeals to people who speak English and think, oh, I want this unique program. But it has to fill both of those things. It cannot only be one or the other. It should never be a program that benefits the English speakers to the detriment of the Spanish speakers, right? That's not what we're doing. We're elevating both groups. And so I was very pleased and not at all surprised to see that the NYSESLAT data going up into 8th grade and even 9th grade documents that pretty clearly that is truly happening, that our program is changing kids' ability to acquire English successfully. So I'm wondering, because once you give me a little data, then I want a lot of data, whether it's possible, since we have the DCS dual NYSESLAT versus the DCS, the district NYSESLAT, can we do that for NWEA metrics? Can we know whether our not just the NWEA at today, while they're still at dual, but going forward into their 6th grade, their 7th grade, their 8th grade year, do they excel academically more than our English language acquirers who get another intervention for English language acquisition?
I can ask Dr. Robin for that. We actually spoke about it. He said it was a little complicated. He could do it, but in our time frame, he didn't have the time.
Okay, so because that would be really, I mean, the NYSESLAT's important, but it's only a tool to life success, and we don't have the closest thing we have to measures is NWEA, right? That's the closest thing we have. And I would also just be curious to know, how did you determine for children who aren't actively in dual whether they counted as a dual student? So did you have to go through dual, for this 8th grade number? Did you have to participate in dual pre-K through 5 in order to count as an 8th grade dual student, or would 1 year of dual count you as dual? Do you know how he made that determination?
I know we discussed it.
But you don't remember, that's fine.
We discussed a lot of things
Okay.
and what he wanted to see. I can ask.
I would just be curious how we define a dual student, since I know that there are children who go a couple of years and then maybe don't complete it dual, how we define that. would be
I
interesting.
feel like it was those who went through 5th grade.
Okay, so you had to
Not
exit the
knowing
dual
if they
program.
started in 4th or K.
I see.
But I
So
think
if you
he was
exited the
using-
program, no matter when you
Yeah.
entered it. Huh, interesting. Dr. Chator.
I don't know if it's easy to figure that out, but it should be. So if you were to look at the non-dual native Spanish speakers, the Hispanic students who are not in the dual program, how do they perform with respect to the native Spanish speakers in the dual program?
I'll put that on the list.
Okay.
So I need to ask him to break out the difference, to look at the non-dual and find out who the
Because when you look
Spanish
at the next
speakers
slide
are.
where you have the ENL is more than Hispanic
Right.
speakers, right? So
Right.
this would be more apples to apples.
I also wondered if the low number of special ed is actually, that's another issue, and I don't know if he can pull that out, but I suspect that our non-dual Spanish speakers have a higher level of special ed than our dual Spanish speakers, because you said 3%, right, which is very, very low. So it-
4 children.
What's that?
4 children.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you're trying to compare the performance of our Spanish-speaking dual ENLs to our district-wide ENLs, they're going to have a higher level of special ed. So that does change the way, see what I'm saying? It's I would expect the dual students to perform better if they have fewer special ed students. I don't know how Ken can qualify for that, or how he could correlate that, but there it is. Ms. Krejci, then Ms. Lang?
I just wanted to say I liked your program metrics. I liked how you came up with the different groups to have, comparing school-wide to dual, breaking that down for native English and Spanish, and then comparing that to both non-dual students at DCS and district-wide numbers. That was really helpful to give me context, and that was wonderful. I also just kind of want to point out, in terms of your costs, when you list the cost for the pre-K teacher and the assistant, of course, if we didn't have pre-K teacher and assistant, we'd still be paying a per student cost for contracted pre-K. So it's really a lot less than what it looks like on here.
Right.
Ms. Lang?
Where is the school located?
Are we opening on time today?
So I don't know if anybody realizes how excited I am that the dual language program is here at the board level and really going through what, at least for the last 10 years that I have been in that building, of where I started and where we are today. So I just want to say, thank you for that. My question is about benchmarking with the Spanish. Because we are doing 60 minutes of Spanish language arts as opposed to 100 maybe in the other programs that they're getting, and we're also doing Spanish Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. I was wondering if we could, as a board, kind of see those best benchmarks in how our students are doing in Spanish, since that is such a large part of the program, and how the Spanish children are doing, how the English speakers are doing, how the ENL students are doing in those acquisitions in Spanish, and do those strengths and those Spanish get better, because we do have a Spanish as a second language teacher, but I think that our goal really is that as the English speakers move up, their Spanish should get better and better, so that they should be with the native Spanish speakers and in their classroom. So the 5th graders, or the number of 5th graders that are in the 5th grade cohort, really should have less time with the Spanish. And that way it gives more time for those lower grades to have that intervention. So I'm just kind of curious if there's some metrics regarding the Spanish language arts or
Well,
for
we can certainly get you the LAS language acquisition survey results. And it is actually absolutely true that Mr. Constantino's classes do get smaller as the kids get older. And because our day's not 7 hours long, when you get to 4th and 5th grade, we do some combining at times of the classes to get them as much time as they need, because they can't get the full 1 hour a day. So more time certainly is spent in the classroom with the native speakers, and the numbers are smaller at 4th and 5th grade.
Anyone have any further questions for Dr. Lane on the dual language program tonight? Thank you very much for being here. We really appreciate all the work that you do and all the work that you all do every day with our students. Thank you. This brings us now to another exciting programming and academic discussion, the discussion of our enhanced STEM programming, pre-K through 12. Looks like we have a couple of folks who need to join us in. We took a little tour.
A little. So, good evening again, ladies and gentlemen, and Madam President and members of the board. And we are so very excited tonight to provide you with a STEM update. About 18 months ago, we talked about a STEM initiative and looking at what we can do to raise the level of rigor in our classrooms, to look at high cognitive demand, to look at our connections with the academics and the real world, so that we can build those pathways of success for rigorous coursework and also a robust education program. And so we are very, very excited because a couple of things that we've done. We have an elementary STEM coordinator, and we also have a secondary STEM coordinator. And we are excited to show you the work that they've been able to do under the leadership of Mrs. Karen Bechtel, so that you can see what they've been able to put into place in a very short amount of time, working diligently from pre-K all the way through 12th grade. And so we look to increase student achievement and student engagement. And we also not just look at our students and what they're able to do, but what types of opportunities do we provide professional development for our teachers as well as our administrators to improve those instructional practices and build our leadership capacity. And so then we'll talk about the progress that we have made thus far, and then what our next steps are. And so with no further ado, I will introduce Sarah McGraw and Frank Del Signor.
Good evening, board members. We're going to start by just highlighting our Flying Classroom initiative, which is being offered at both the elementary and secondary level. You've got a flyer there in front of you. Thus far at the elementary level, we're embedded in 9 of our buildings, and at the middle level, we're at 6, 7, and 8. And that has become a requirement now to be integrated 2 units of Flying Classroom at each grade level. Do we want to go on from there?
So Flying Classroom, the flyer you have is some pictures of students involved in the various builds of the Flying Classroom. And so what we currently have at the elementary level is about 25 to 27 classroom teachers who are implementing Flying Classroom in different locations. It's not a requirement in the K-5, one, because I don't have enough licenses to make it a requirement. Frank's 6-8 all have the pieces. It's been very helpful, and what's been happening now for next year is that we are looking to align units so that a third grade teacher doesn't select something and the fourth grade teacher want to select something and it not necessarily be a good build. So we're looking at the next gen standards and saying this unit would fit best here in second grade, this unit would fit best here in third grade, that kind of thing. And then again, leaving it open for teacher choice, because this is an enrichment experience. It's not the primary resource being utilized for science, but my biggest struggle right now in regard to Flying Classroom is they want the licenses. The teachers want the kits, they want the opportunity to do that. So we've been looking at that and moving them around a little bit, and Frank and I share our licenses. So it's going well. Flying Classroom's going well. With that said, one of the other pieces to Flying Classroom is what we're training teachers as well. It's not just, Andre walked away. Okay, so we are training teachers as well, and you'll see that there are 4 different opportunities that teachers have had to have professional development themselves around STEM experiences. And we went to Ossibel Chasm in June. There's been in-house training in October. In December, we went to the Everglades in Florida. And in February, Captain Barrington came here and visited some of our elementary schools. And our high school, a team of high school teachers came to sort of shadow. Oh, some pictures. We did water testing. We saw the various planes and airline pieces and Captain Barrington's individual plane. Those of you who know about him, youngest African American to build his own plane and fly around the world. So we got to see some of that. It was some really good learning with the team that came. And again, diverse group, middle school teachers and elementary teachers who are currently implementing Flying Classroom units in their buildings.
And I think just to add to that, part of Captain Barrington's mission with Flying Classroom, he calls his modules explorations, and part of his vision is making teachers be those lead explorers and giving them the opportunities. So it isn't just look at Barrington on the expedition to wherever he might be. It's that students will see their teachers as those explorers as well, and possibly with something like Ossibel Chasm locally, can we put in opportunities potentially to bring our students and getting them hands-on working in some of these STEM activities?
Which brings us to, we sort of divided it between the elementary and the middle level and what sort of new STEM activities and experiences are occurring. So in the K-5 world, the K-2 science kits, which were the ones that you have over there. So this initiative was something that we talked about creating and providing for teachers. The biggest feedback I got when I came on the position last year was, I love doing STEM activities, I love doing these kind of things, but I can't get the materials, I can't get the resources, it's too expensive to run them all the time and buy the resources out. So we looked at second and third grade aligned units. We wrote that curriculum this summer, and we stocked those boxes with resources we have in our science center. We selected topics that align with the current New York State fourth grade science assessment, so that it was, why don't we get a good double dose, so to speak. So in second grade, they did experiences with magnets. In third grade, they did experiences with simple machines, and we saw the lovely group here from Eagle Point referencing that. Flying Classroom, as we said, 3 to 9 sites. This summer, there is a going to be, and I have a little bit of here, let me, before I jump around here, all over the district. Teachers were sending me, I was being flooded with pictures and videos of their kids being actively involved. I told the teachers that this is a pilot year. You're to throw in the box, what was the problems, what were the extra resources, what do you need? And the feedback has just been overwhelming. Many of these classes are classes deep with L students and SPED students, and they all had an entry point into the learning. One teacher sent me this just long, beautiful email about how she had an L student who had never communicated at all, and there the child was in there doing the activity right in the mix and so engaged. You'll see third grade machines. That was absolutely wonderful. This is pictures from Giffen Elementary where the cars were flying all over the classroom. The students were fully engaged, and that's a co-teach classroom. And everyone just fully on task and fully engaged. Simple machines, again, you're seeing these Captain Barrington's visit. This is some of our STEM. As you know, we went to Toast. You probably saw these pictures on the website. Captain Barrington provided his own money to fund our program and bought those goggles and that aviation pieces. So I'm defining him as giving back. As we're giving to him, he's giving back to us. This is a program I'm very excited about that is heading our way this summer. We are going to run a 2-week girls STEM camp for girls who are 3rd grade going into 4th grade. Each elementary school will get to have 2 girls come. We'll have 24 girls. It is an opportunity to show and plant those seeds for STEM. I just corralled the 2 female robotic team members as they were walking out the door saying, you're coming to the STEM camp, right, to show and talk. This program is going to have an opportunity. We're going to take the girls on field trips. We're going to be building. I'm hoping to use a fax room at the middle school so I have access to the stove and the refrigerator. We're looking to bring children in. Very excited about this opportunity to do this STEM exploration. As you may know, also on the elementary level, in 5th grade, every single 5th grade student has the opportunity to go to MySci and do an exploration. You all fund the bus to that, but the partnership is with the MySci Museum, and they do a Challenger thing. Again, really positive feedback from the teachers and students. Just received a grant, wrote a grant to create a traveling microscope unit and opportunity. And so this is going to go around, and I was able to get 15 microscopes, slides, and the ability to make slides, and created a unit for implementation in 4th or 5th grade. Goal is to have this traveling thing. Teachers can sign up for it. It will travel from classroom to classroom. Some buildings have sets of microscopes right now, but not all buildings do. And we want to have this opportunity for teachers to reach out and have this particular experience for their students. We have, and you have a flyer in front of you, March is the heavy-duty STEM for elementary generally because they tie it to the Joseph Henry Science Fair. And so you'll see a more master list. These were the original ones that we knew from the calendar, but in front of you, you have all the different buildings that have had science fairs just in the month of March, or are going to have science fairs or STEM nights, because some of the buildings are not having science fairs, but instead, like for example, Arbor Hill, they're doing a wonderful skate night, and it's a STEM activity on their list. You'll also notice at the bottom of the flyer, a little bit of details about Joseph Henry. Joseph Henry is not a required program. Joseph Henry is open district-wide, and it is a program that many buildings participate in, but we're hoping by next year to have a little bit more of a defined Joseph Henry participation process. Right now, it depends on the school if they want to do it or individual teachers. But you'll notice the date, and if you have time on March 22nd, you can pop over to St. Rose. There's open viewing between 3 and 7, and you can see all the projects, not just our districts, but the various other schools that exist in the City School District of Albany and their projects. We usually fare quite well in the Joseph Henry. And now Frank's secondary.
And just before moving on to secondary in general, talking about the science fair, we recently had a science fair at Hackett, and I believe next week, leading up to Joseph Henry, we'll be having one at Myers as well. And similar to what Sarah said, we are working towards building capacity next year to ensure that we have those science fairs at all 3 middle schools. So at the secondary level, Flying Classroom has been a big part of our STEM initiative at the middle level, and actually with our most recent visit from Barrington, we're talking about how we're going to begin to get some Flying Classroom into the high school. We brought along, where's that slide? Well, we have some images of that later, but we brought 4 living environment teachers along with us as we did a program review of Flying Classroom currently to talk about how we could grow that because while Flying Classroom is K-8 by definition, what we found is we can embed that in the curriculum at Living Environment and Earth Science as well. So we also have some partnerships with, we've got some builds here that I'll show you for Bionic Hand at Hackett, a hydroponics unit also at Hackett. We've got a honeybees unit, and this was at Tony Clement Center, a flight, weather and flight build. Here are those images with our teachers at Toast with Barrington and observing that flight simulation. And here is a couple of different images to the left. We have a partnership with RPI where a professor from RPI is working with our teacher at Brooklyn, and they're actually doing some chemistry around hair dye. So what you're seeing is they're actually creating their own hair dyes there. And to the right, that's from our nanotech class. They're building some filaments in their class there. And I actually got ahead of myself. This is that hair dye that I was speaking to. So in addition to some of those in-class STEM opportunities, we also have Saturday programs like our Urban Scholars program through Siena that was recently funded, so thank you for that. This is open to all 5th through 8th grade students. We are really focusing on trying to get 5th and 6th grade students into this because there is a focus on continued growth through this program, and then once graduating at 8th grade, actually having them continue on and serving as like a mentor for younger students. So that's offered through Siena and Michelle McCouglin. Then also out of school opportunities here, we've got a Future City competition as well as we have our Science Bowl that's, again, not offered at all 3 middle schools yet. We're working to find champions to bring those equitable offerings to all of our middle schools.
Superintendent, did you want to speak to this, or would you like us to speak? Okay. Okay. So we had a wonderful opportunity, Frank and I, last spring to go and take a look at hydroponic farming in a freight farm. And the superintendent brought us up there, and we were able to kind of walk through and look at that and see how could we sort of size this up at each of our levels, and to have this opportunity in regard to sustainable farming and the exploration of hydroponics. What we're looking at is at the 5th grade level to do aquaponics and hydroponics. There is an aquaponics unit in Flying Classroom, and there's hydroponic units. Aquaponics and hydroponics tie directly into 5th grade Next Gen Science Standard, some of the learning that's involved in the Next Gen 5th grade science standards. So the green boxes that you see there for 2nd and 3rd grade, the game plan is to create a 5th grade green box that's an aquaponics hydroponics. That would go into the 5th grades for next year, so that they would have sort of this baseline understanding of how these kinds of farming exist. Several of their schools have dirt farms, so to speak, you know, and they can plant in the seed, but not having that opportunity. Right now we have a classroom at SPA that actually has a hydroponic farm in there, and that was a community partnership. We're looking again to system it up so that all children have these experiences across the district. And so after the elementary experience in the 5th grade, sort of leaping them up into the middle school, where we were going to be looking to something at Ed O'Neill.
And just to clarify, the freight farm that we went and visited is actually housed at CEFCU. And what we were hoping to do is at the middle level, have a classroom installation. Perhaps a laser pointer would be helpful here. So something not quite on this scale, but an in-class build where we could have a smaller scale hydroponic farm that again would tie to 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, further building this capacity with the urban farming initiative.
So as you're looking at on the elementary level, one of the pieces that we felt was there are community partners where we can bring children, once they've had that learning on aquaponics and hydroponics, that they can go and take a look at it in an operation, including visiting either the middle school level or the high school level where the actual freight might end up residing.
So that was just a quick view, and we have another view of what does it actually look like to have a freight farm available for our students to use. Frank, did you want to explain, or did you want me to explain the high school component? Either way.
I can certainly explain that. We have a vision that this could not only be part of a science curriculum, but it could also be part of our culinary program at Brooklyn. We had thought about our construction program in the setup and build of the freight farm. We also were considering the business applications that could happen. So this felt like it could become deeply integrated into a number of different programs that we house at the high school. We also felt that in terms of, you hear about food deserts where fresh food is not available easily for some folks in our community, and we thought about how this could be a partnership opportunity for us, a way to donate or perhaps make this a self-sustaining program if we were able to use it to generate funding. So, and we at just about every level could see curriculum connections in the science classrooms, and we have several teachers who are very excited if we can get funding for this program to go forward.
One of the other pieces that we were looking at is, and you'll see the connections across the board, we know that providing our students with experiences is extremely important. So I'm almost starting at the bottom and working my way back up to the top of this list. And we look at how we can provide those meaningful experiences outside of the classroom that directly relate to the classroom. We could have field trips where our elementary students are going to the middle school and the high school, vice versa. We can also have, my voice is going out every board meeting, right? But we can also have our high school students work as mentors with our younger students. And so we see this as a two-way street with regard to an experience that can also give back to the community in a farmer's market type of way, and helping students understand healthy living and how they can contribute to their own healthy living. And so, did you want to? We have several pieces that we're putting together. So this is an example from Trinity High School.
That'd be the time of year most of us are thinking about gardening, but some students in Washington County.
I was just going to say, this is an example from Trinity High School in Washington County.
Are testing out their green thumb.
They're using technology to help people in the community and to learn a different kind of lesson. David Highfield has the story.
It's a 3-inch wall insulated shipping container that's been repurposed.
And once you go inside, you'll see its new purpose.
Welcome to the farm.
A year-round hydroponic farm built inside a 40-foot long shipping container. No sunlight required, just add water. Students at Trinity High School in Washington County are learning how to transform farming with technology. They begin by planting peat moss plugs.
So he puts them in, and then once he has all 200, then he drops seeds into each one.
After a germination period, lettuce is growing and eventually ready for harvest.
Beautiful.
We should be able to produce roughly 12 to 1,500 heads of lettuce a week, every week of the year in our freight farm in a 320 square foot area.
They'll donate the lettuce to the local food bank to help families in need, and eventually they plan to use some in the school cafeteria. It's the kickoff for the freight farm at Trinity. Some public schools in Boston already have them. The assistant superintendent says new approaches to farming will become a necessity.
The statistics have not been positive that they say by the year 2050, if we continue doing what we're doing farming-wise, there won't be enough food being produced for the populations in the world.
So while the rest of us who grow things outside will be taking a break for the winter, students here will be busy all year long.
And then it should be a harvest every 8 weeks. Hopefully.
David Highfield, KDKA TV News.
This concludes our presentation, and we would like to open it up for questions.
Board colleagues, one question at a time, as much as possible. Ms. Wilson.
Thank you so much, and I want to say +1 to the multimedia aspect of this meeting this evening. It's been amazing. I'm just curious about the pipeline, the pathways for college and career tied into this, the natural pipeline tied into this curriculum, because one of my earlier questions when we talked about middle school instruction was about pushing down advanced mathematics, pushing down advanced sciences and the like, and our propensity for our students to self-select out and state, I can't do this, or that's not for me, and things. So I'm wondering about this level of exposure now tying into them kind of having that experience and feeling like this is my wheelhouse, and now I can take an honors class, I can pursue IB, I can pursue AP and beyond.
I think this also ties into your comment with our initiative around acceleration, and we have really clear criteria now and are encouraging all students to take advantage of those honors level opportunities in math and science at the middle level and begin pursuing those pathways earlier.
If I may interject, one of the things that this does is it helps the students gain that confidence at an earlier level because they are being exposed to higher cognitive demand earlier. And so by doing that, the brain is a muscle. So you're working that muscle, you're training that muscle. If you are engaging in high cognitive demand activities on a regular basis, then you are working that muscle so that that pathway, this is just another way to open the pathway for preparation to higher level courses.
Ms. Krejci.
Thank you.
Hi. I just had a question about the Urban Scholars Program, by the way, which my son has been a part of and really enjoys tremendously. I just wondered, is that something that's being recruited at all elementary schools or just a couple of them?
I think to date it has been primarily recruited at a couple of elementary schools. My relationship with Michelle has kind of developed this year, and I am trying to get that word out in the 6th grade level. I have to date not really worked that closely with Sarah to get that across. We have only about 45 seats in that program, it's been more of a targeted, I think, Delaware, and I'm trying to remember, there is one other one that has kind of been a feeder thus far.
Thank you.
I think that.
Oh, you want to use mine?
Who'd like to be next? Ms. Lang?
So the 2nd grade and 3rd grade, does every 2nd grade teacher get one of those boxes?
Yes. What we were discovering in sort of analysis last year was that pockets of STEM was happening everywhere, and so we decided to system up every single 2nd grade teacher, every single 3rd grade teacher, including self-contained classrooms, received a box based on their grade in the month of January. They got delivered right before the December break, and they had the entire month of January to implement the unit as they see fit. Because as you know, 150 minutes of science and or social studies a week. We created the lessons so it would be 8 lessons, essentially 8 60-minute lessons. But as you heard today, teachers let it go out. So yes, the answer is yes. And then all the boxes are coming back. And next year, based on the feedback from the teachers, we'll determine what month the box goes out.
Okay. And then for the 5th grade, MySci, does every 5th grade?
Every 5th grade classroom has the opportunity to go to MySci. Every 5th grade classroom teacher, we tracked it this year. I came in a little late last year, so to track it, they all had to receive training you cannot take your class to MySci unless you as a teacher has been trained in the exploration that happens at MySci. So we've trained all the 5th grade classroom teachers except for the new one who was just brought on at SPA. And they all have the opportunity to go, and they set up their own field trips. And then I have a check-in with the MySci people to say, who hasn't booked their trip yet? And so that I can sort of follow up. Last year, most schools went, but not everyone. And this year, we've been a big push to make sure everybody's been trained so they can go. All the math coaches were trained. So if, for some reason, a teacher fell through the crack, the math coach can take the class to MySci with the teacher so that no student misses out on the opportunity.
Thank you.
Who would like to be next? I guess I'll ask one of my questions then. Science fair, which I love and my children love, is a very time-intensive experience, and no matter how independent your children are, requires a fair amount of support of some kind. And I'm wondering, I'm reflecting on the music task force presentation we had. We had a music equity task force presentation some months ago, and one of the things they talked about was looking for funding to provide support for practicing after school. And I'm wondering if we've ever considered such a thing for science fair, because it is the kind of thing that's just hard to imagine how that happens for a child whose family life is not stable. Without some sort of support. And it is such an engaging experience for kids who've got the right support. I just wonder if we've thought about how we can extend science fair as an option for our other children who maybe don't have that family life.
In 4 to 6, I know that there are teachers who provide after-school supports. Schools buy the science boards, and they try to somewhat level the playing field so that children who don't have access to, say, printers, to make the nice boards and that kind of stuff. But it is not happening system-wide. It's happening in pockets, right? And so that is definitely, I know that that occurs in certain buildings, and I also know from the judging, because I judge some of the elementaries if they ask me to, that if a board looks maybe, if the project wins, but it isn't as visual, that the teachers will work back with the student and say, how can we make this so that you have a better shot at the actual Joseph Henry when you go out against the Albany Academy kids and the other kids that may be in the program. But it's absolutely something that needs to be looked at if we're going to system it, because there are definitely elementary buildings that don't participate in Joseph Henry.
And also, I just want to piggyback from my understanding, some of the schools that do science fairs, just the honors classes do it. So not the other science classes. So it's not as though all 6th grade and 7th grade are participating. It's just the honors classes. So I was kind of wondering where that has come from or why it's that way.
Back when I taught at Ash for 20 years. Forever, it was always the 4th, 5th, and 6th grade did it. But like now at Ash, it's just the 5th grade. They've taken it on as their thing. It doesn't mean 4th graders and 6th graders can't, but that 5th grade team decided we will teach the scientific process in 5th grade and have the children experience there. There really hasn't been guidelines and guidance in regard to the Joseph Henry, so it was individual teachers who decided they wanted to do it. But that's absolutely what's happening. And it's not just the honors class. There are certain buildings where it's just this classroom that's doing it and not others. It's always open to everyone. And what's really lovely about Delaware is that Delaware allows every child to participate in Joseph Henry, whether they're little kindergartners all the way up to 5th grade, and just the 4, 5, 6 are involved in the Joseph Henry, but every child, if they want to, can participate. That's not the case district-wide.
And at the secondary level, you are correct that it has primarily fallen in the honors classes, grade 7. And I think that primarily has been because of the accelerated nature of the 7 honors class. There has been more time in the school day to embed some of the science fair work in that 7 honors class. I absolutely hear your concern about the equity piece around why is it only the honors class, but I think that's why it has occurred thus far.
And I just want to say that the 3 of us have all had winners of our children in the science fair projects, taking first as well. And so we understand what goes into it, but it is a lot of manpower that goes into it. And most of us, I believe, did it independently outside of school, which is obviously an equity factor for many, many reasons. But, you know, as parents who have successful science winners, we really understand this, but we really want this brought in. It shouldn't just be my child winning the Joseph Henry or Anne's daughter as well. So thank you.
Anyone have an additional question? Dr. Chatur?
Okay. So I got a whole bunch of comments, and this is great. I mean, I love the where we are going with the STEM thing. This being, you know, what I do. So going back to the Henry Johnson Fair, there was that year when 8 out of 13 awards were Albany City School kids, and that was like, wow. But that was again without support, so we need to think more about what we're doing. So participation in the science fair. What has always bothered me is you get the fourth, fifth, sixth graders fourth and fifth graders participating. They come to middle school, 6th grade they don't have to participate. 7th grade if they're in honors they participate. You know, so it's like I don't think there should be that option. The option should be you either have an individual project or a group project. But every kid through 4th, 5th, 6th, hell, start as early as you can. Because more than the whole, you know, what they're actually learning is critical thinking. And that is applicable to every other subject that they do, where it's thinking about the hypothesis, how do I solve it? And it's not just this project that I'm working on. Those are skill sets that are available to them everywhere, right? So giving them the option to opt out, you're actually not allowing them to gain that critical thinking skill set. And even if it doesn't have to be, they all have to go to the Henry Johnson Fair. We could do our own fair in-house in the school, but it's a participation thing where they're forced to think some of these things. And having the flying classroom, that's been great. That's the kind of skill sets you're teaching by building models and having group competitions within the classroom or between classrooms. Now, even I saw that you got the microscope to the Bender Lab. There are other microscopes that you can buy that can be hooked up to a computer or to a cell phone these days, and they're like $35, $40, right? And some of these things we should have in all the elementary schools where kids can go to the garden, point it to a leaf, you know, because again, these are all exploratory skills. Getting them, kids are sponges, right? So and they're very curious and inquisitive. If you tell them don't do it, they'll definitely go and do it. Right? So giving them those tools to explore in that controlled manner will promote these skill sets. Sorry, you were going to say something.
We didn't just buy microscopes. It's a traveling set, but we also have the ones that connect to the laptops so that they can utilize, and again, because it's a 4th, 5th, we didn't necessarily have ensured that there would be cell phones available to have them hooked to those, but we bought other forms of magnification. We bought things that go over petri dishes and some other pieces, but there were guidelines in the grant in regard to essentially Bender wanted to provide tools, and so we looked at any kind of tool that we could do essentially, so we purchased a couple of these traveling things. But I agree completely. I'd love to have sets for every single building.
Like, I mean, even if it's just one for the grade or something, where it's a traveling one of those units that the kids have an exploration. It stimulates curiosity. Now you talk about hydroponics. Now this is great. We have Montessori, which is a fish tank, right? And they learn about all of those things. Now, if you think back at it, the Mayans, or I could be mistaken, it could be Aztecs in Mexico, who actually were doing all this thing many, many years ago, where they were growing fish, there's fish at the bottom and there are plants on top. we could tie these things together, right? We could have a fish tank in the classroom in the elementary school, and they learn about some of the fishes and the ecosystem and how things get, and in the broader concept, sustainability and the earth and all the going green. And then as they come to the 5th grade, they learn some of these concepts. So you're like reinforcing what they have learned, and then you could tie it with a little bit of culture, a little bit of history. So when they go to the high school, learn about geography and social science. Again, there's a lot more things where it can integrate, right? I'm sorry if I sound so excited, because I am.
No, I love that excitement. No, I'm over here shaking my head.
And coding. That is another skill set which these kids today should know. I mean, every kid seems to be born with a cell phone or a PlayStation 4. Well, making those games is a whole new entrepreneurial skill set that has opened up that wasn't available to us, right? So I know that Toast was thinking of doing something with
I can speak a little bit to our coding across the district. It's landed primarily in our technology classes. So yes, Toast does have a Scratch Club, and then at middle school technology as well in high school, there are coding opportunities available in middle school in the tech classes, and then there are the beginnings of some coding classes at the high school. I don't know if Nicole Linneman is still here. Nicole, do you have anything to add to the coding at the high school? Or?
Yes, we're doing coding in the high school as well as we're creating apps in the high school in a new project class that we just started this year, and we'll be growing that program next year.
And just as a side note, on the early elementary K1-2s, they have these little B-bots, and there are B-bots floating around in various things, which is early primary coding, and they're being utilized in K1-2 classrooms. They look like little bees, and they're utilizing that process of basic coding to go to their numbers, go to their vocabulary words, and so it's being utilized in different elementaries. We have one hive right now, and it's a traveling hive, and it's a backpack, and it goes to different classroom teachers. But it's really preliminary. Most of what we chose to report about was sort of systems, but there's pockets of this stuff having in other buildings other than just Toast, as far as some of these pieces. And this summer, the STEM Anista girls will be coding. That's part of one of the days.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, as we are drifting a little past our time, I'm wondering if we could let these fine people go home, or if there's anything that's
Two more things that I want to mention.
Dr. Chatur.
Sorry, I've been
we love you,
waiting
Dr.
for this.
Chatur, but you have held the floor for quite a while now. Can we make these actually
Yes, really quick.
questions?
There are lots of partnerships that can be had, but I don't see those happening, and I would like to help make those happen. So, because we got the universities, we got the institutes, there's lots of opportunities for STEM, and there are people who are interested on the outside. They don't know who to contact and how to get together. And one last thing that I would really like to see in the elementary schools is the step raisers. Going back to math, have the multiplication tables on the stairs. So it's just stickers, right? It's a very simple solution to get these kids learning math table.
Ms. Lang has one last comment that she cannot let it go, and Ms.
can't.
Alexander Mann has one as well.
it
Board
just-
colleagues, I just want to draw your attention to the
I
fact
know,
that
I
it's
see it.
10:40. We still need to talk about the budget. So think very carefully about how critical it is that you ask these questions, okay? Remember, these people work here. They're not going anywhere. We can continue to ask questions at another time as well.
Aquaponics, Radix Center has aquaponics. We know that relationship, but that really needs to be expanded. And also, on March 15th is the Black Family Technology Day, and I think that, as the STEM coordinators and we move forward, that those type of opportunities for our students, and that's at RPI, that we're honing in on all of those events that are going on. I know that Fourth Family is working very closely with bringing RPI students into their programming, so I agree with Sridhar, and there's so many opportunities and those type of resources. I know people want to get into our schools. They're excited as we are about STEM, and we have them right at the door.
I'm going to wrap that together on one thing, which is that we have identified as a board goal for which the superintendent is the triggering factor, that we have identified as a board goal the intention to be more intentional, my vocabulary is losing as it gets later, about leveraging board contacts and knowledge in the community. And so I think our board goal was worded that we would look to the superintendent to define one specific thing that really needed assistance from the community so that the board could leverage their own network and community. And so I'm hearing a lot of excitement about STEM, and I'm wondering if perhaps as you're thinking about how to direct that might be a place where we can build, and what many of us have connections in this broader context of STEM and urban farming and farming of all kinds. So, Ms. Alexander-Mann, I did not wish to close it without you getting a chance to say what you said you needed to say.
I want to be mindful of time, but I also want to comment. So, but I'll be quick. I do want to say kudos on the presentation. It's fantastic. I am I love to grow food and cook food and stuff, and just the whole idea about sustainable farming. And you mentioned like a food desert, which they don't necessarily exist. Those deserts are like natural phenomenons. It's more like food apartheid. And you know, and being able to teach our students how to grow their own and how to in our communities to feed themselves is very powerful. And so thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alexander-Mann, and thank you very much for your presentation tonight and your lovely display. Thank the children who made those things for sharing them with us.
Thank you.
Which brings us to the last topic of the night, possibly a very important topic, which is the budget update.
Okay, last one of the night. So, we're going to talk about the 1920 budget development. Joining me is Stephanie Primero, our Director of Business Operations. Here is our, did I skip one already? Wow. Okay. There's the budget calendar. This next slide I like to give once a year anyway. It kind of shows what the expectations are. Always a challenge for the finance departments. Essentially continuing everything we currently do, add new programming and new resources, and don't raise taxes. So that's always a challenge. Our budget priorities are pretty consistent in terms of what we're trying to do. We always allocate our resources with the district mission, vision, and goals. We look and review and evaluate how current resources are being used. We make adjustments accordingly, and identifying things that we need to continue existing programming, and looking at things like grants positions coming offline, and also the school improvement initiatives that we define in the academic plan. Since we last saw you, we've made some additional budget adjustments. Here we actually made reductions in salaries and benefits due to staff transitions of about $119,000. We were able to reduce our health insurance cost reduction by $143,000. The ombudsman monitoring with the Attorney General's office, we fulfilled those obligations. I think that was a 3-year run. So we can take that offline and save some money there. And since we last met, we were looking at our high school summer school program. We need to add resources there, $283,000. The issue there is we can't use Title I's funds for that anymore because it is credit-bearing courses, and Title I has to be more specifically defined toward academic intervention, non-credit bearing. So we had to make a change there and add money to the budget. Good news on the revenue adjustments. We actually were able to add revenue in 2 areas based on some further information and further review. Medicare Part D reimbursements will increase $175,000 on the revenue side, and we can increase our budget assumption for revenues from pilots an additional $469,000. So when we put all of those items together, it results in a, before any increase in tax levy, about a $4.4 million deficit. If there were no changes at this point, that would be a 3.83% increase in tax levy. This is an improvement from last time we met when it was 4.47%. On the mandates, this slide is exactly the same as last time that we showed it. There's no changes here. On the essential items, there's only one small decrease here. We removed $8,400. There was a line here for iPads, the purchase of iPads for the phys ed. They use that in the teaching now. We've decided we will just take that out of this year's budget so we can eliminate it for next year. So that's the only change there, a reduction of $8,400. Uh-oh. Wait, this is not. Yeah, I'm on my own. I may have to go up there and use the arrows. It's easier.
Slide 11. Slide 11. 9 or 11?
It did freeze up. So now I'm on, yeah. I'm actually on slide 12. Okay, so slide 12 gives us new totals after we include the mandates and essential items. The deficit climbs to 6.7 million, or a 5.8% tax levy. This is actually about a $750,000 improvement since we last met. That's the good news. The bad news is it's still a very large deficit. By the way, that 5.8% compares to a tax cap of 2.877%. I'll speak to that in a few minutes a little bit more. I wanted to give, this is kind of the baseline of how I evaluate kind of where we are. I wanted to give a what-if scenario here. If we didn't get any additional state aid and we went out at the tax cap, tax levy increase of 2.87%, that's about $3.3 million. And if we took the reductions in staffing based on the elementary and some middle school enrollment next year, as was described in the presentation earlier this evening, that would be about 1.7 million. We would still have a deficit of 1.7 million and need a tax levy of 1.49% additional to close the gap above the tax cap. And just for a point of reference, this reduction in staffing was actually Plan D1, where the NAW-zoned elementary students would go to Arbor Hill, and then the other 200 elementary students at NAW would be open enrolled. There was a potential to save up to $2 million if everybody was open enrolled, as opposed to 100 being assigned to Arbor Hill. The update at the state level is the comptroller came out Tuesday evening with updated revenue projections for the state. He increased the projection by 190 million. The governor indicated he really wasn't going to do any changes on his budget based on that. The legislature's projecting hundreds of millions of dollars of additional revenue, and the legislature is saying that they believe there's more money, and now we go through the negotiation process between the legislature and the governor, kind of come up with some agreed upon revenue number. But in any event, as early as today, the legislature, it was expressing their intent to increase state education aid to schools. That's good news. I don't know where they're getting the money, but it's good news. So I hope that if nothing else, they agree to some revenue number so that we actually have a state budget by April 1st. Otherwise, it kind of forces us to fly blind. And if we can't count on the revenues, it could result in us making some reductions that we find out, if they do pass a budget in May, that we didn't have to make. So we don't want to, none of the schools want to be in that position. So let's hope they resolve this before or by April 1st. Our next opportunities to adopt a budget are on April 11th or April 16th would be the last date where we would need to adopt something. The next slide basically just gives at 10,000 feet level the themes of the academic plan, the options for various levels of implementation. We still intend on continuing everything. The assumptions are in place at this time to continue everything in place. This would be additional spending above and beyond the items that we've already shown. It may very likely be a year where we can't do further expansion of the academic plan in all reality with the deficit we're still facing at this point in the game. I just want to refresh you on where we are with reserves and fund balance usage and assumptions for the budget. Again, these are monies, reserves, and fund balance that the district has accumulated over time, actually since the inception of the school district. When you have a surplus, it increases fund balance. If you have a deficit, it reduces fund balance. You're very familiar. We've been using our reserves over the years strategically to help us. So the 1920, the way all the numbers above were previously described, makes these assumptions for 2019 that we would use $5 million of appropriated fund balance. We'd use $775,000 actually of debt reserve and $500,000 of tax or sorority reserve. So compared to last year, we're spending about, or assuming, $232,000 additional use of fund balance and reserves. Typically, we're going to underspend this because by law, you can't overspend the budget, so you have to underspend. When we do that, it enables us to keep rolling the reserves forward in the fund balance. This is how it lays out graphically in terms of our fund balance and reserves. You'll notice there's a big drop between 17, 18, and what will be 18, 19, the end of this fiscal year in June. That essentially is, most of that is an assumption that we're going to use the capital reserve up of $15 million. And then the other assumption is fund balance usage, but there's also assumption we don't always use, as we don't 100% of what we allocate in fund balance. So that's the drop there, and then there will be additional fund balance usage going forward. We went through and we have all the numbers. We did the tax cap calculation. We had to report it to the state by March 1st. Really, all the tax cap does is determine how many votes you need to pass the budget. If you're within the tax cap or at it, you need 50%. Simple majority passes the budget. If you're over the tax cap, you need a 60% majority vote of the people that vote that day. So again, our tax cap for 1920 is 2.877%, which would yield us about $3.3 million of additional revenue. So we will continue on trudging forward. Hopefully, I mean, right now we've tweaked a lot of the things that we can. The big ticket items in the budget we have firmed up, things like health insurance and pension. We know all the salaries, what those are. That's the bulk of the majority of the budget. So state aid is the next big thing. And we're developing at the cabinet level with the superintendent some preliminary plans for budget cuts, assuming that we may have to go down that road. So with that, I will turn it back to the president for discussion.
My microphone is not on. Oh, good. Board colleagues, this is never a fun time of year, but it is still not time for us to be worrying in too much detail about what we're going to have to eliminate or how much taxes will have to go up, because we are still waiting to see what happens with the legislature. We know the state is in a difficult fiscal position, but yet we hope that they will be able to come to some agreement, as Mr. Hogan said, in time for us to have that information and not have to make this decision based on no information, which is never a fun place to be. That said, we should still make sure we understand what's in this budget as best we can. So any questions that people have that they wanted to ask tonight for clarification of what we've seen so far? I don't see any hands, so I will ask at least, 49 questions. I'll start with one. So my first question is, I want to make sure I had some academic plans questions, but I'm going to hold those till next time. The science teachers that are shown in the essential items, why do we need to increase our science teachers? Is that just enrollment related? Ms. McKenna
Yeah,
seems to be
okay.
selecting a microphone.
Good.
So we, through the middle school alignment work that we did, we developed criteria for honors in 7th grade for science, which then increased the number of students eligible to take living environment in 8th grade. So this is a good problem to have because we're increasing that enrollment, which then requires additional FTEs to support an additional section in a lab of living environment.
So those children, is it the lab that requires the increase? Because otherwise those children are still taking science, they're just taking a different science. So it's the increase in the lab that requires the additional
Yes.
staffing? Okay, that makes sense. Anybody else have a question before I ask another question? Deep in the budget, it says we're budgeting $133,000 for renting the Y. All things being equal, we're anticipating that if the May referendum goes as planned, that we would no longer be renting the Y. Is that, in fact, $133,000 that might free up?
It would. Unfortunately, we're not going to know until you're going to adopt the budget by April 16th, and we won't know until May 21st whether or not that's an expense. So I've thought about that as well. If we do take it out, the risk factor is if the project goes down, basically you don't have $133,000 funded in the budget. There's also a second option is if we didn't pass in May, we know we need this middle school space. We would probably, it hasn't been discussed yet, but we would likely maybe go out in the fall. So the exposure on the 133 might be half that or less if you didn't budget
Right.
it.
So it also could be something that we offset with a reserve, increase in reserve usage, because hopefully we would not need it.
Right.
So we'd be hedging our risk by funding it out of reserve.
Yeah.
Okay. And anybody else have a question? They're all staring at me like, why does she have so many questions at this late stage in the game? What was the revenue? The special services non-component BOCES aid was down like a huge amount.
Right.
What was that? What's down?
What
$1.5
drives that is the Brooklyn program and several identified courses at the high school. So why there are less kids, we actually just take reporting from the system, and the academic side tells us what we report on the state aid forms in terms of how many students are enrolled in those programs that qualify.
So this is as a result of a reduction in the number of children taking particular CTE classes?
Yeah, it fluctuates
It's
every
a third down from last year. We have that kind of a swing in our enrollment?
It is down. We definitely should do an analysis to see which courses fell by the wayside, or did they stop offering some, or what happened.
So maybe that could be pulled together for an SBU, because it's a really significant amount of money. It's $1.3 million, which is a huge chunk of our problem. So I'd really like to understand that best. It's in the revenue lines. The last year's budget revenue for non-component BOCES aid was $4.494 million. This year, the staff is budgeting $3.0 million, which is almost a 33% and I'm sure the numbers are right. I am not in any way indicating that they'd be incorrect. Just there's got to be a reason for it that I don't understand.
So I just want to, I believe it's nothing to do with the CTE. It has to do with students with disabilities and BOCES placements.
This isn't our high needs special ed. This is our non-component. So why don't we wait for
Right.
it to cut with an SBU? I hate trying to figure things out on the board floor. That's always a challenge. And then I had two sort of overarching questions. I'm sorry, it's getting late. I'm not asking my questions in a super logical order. When we projected the Albany High budget, we knew we were going to see increasing taxes. We knew, but it was the taxpayers of the City School District of Albany voted to accept those additional taxes. But I remember there's a curve of how those come. Could you dig out for me what % of these taxes we anticipated when we passed Albany High, right? Because we said we were going to increase taxes on average X %, but we knew it was not going to be an average every year. So for this year, for 2018 or 1920, what did we tell people? Because I know Ellen was watching that very carefully. The budget impact would be of Albany High in terms of dollars and as a %, because I would like to be able to understand how much of this we kind of took on.
Right, and it's like everything else we do, it's not going to be that linear of a thing. What happened was we picked up, I haven't looked at this number in a while, but like $400,000 in pilots. Our tax cap was over 3.2%. As soon as the pilot is one of the 8 calculations in the tax cap. As soon as that got plugged in, that we're going to get more pilots, the tax cap dropped from 3.2 to 2.8. So
I'm not talking about the
Yeah.
tax cap. I'm talking about the amount of tax increase we anticipated as taxpayers when we all voted to pay for Albany High.
Right.
Just so that I can help people understand. And I know it's not necessarily correlated. I just want people to see that
Right.
piece of
So
it.
it'll be, that number will be more than the tax cap combination, probably.
Interesting.
Because things like pilots offset it. And building aid reduces it too. And we got a large increase in building aid.
Okay, I didn't understand all of that, but I'll
Yeah.
look forward to seeing that information. And then, when you talked about the reserves, can you mentioned that a large portion of that is the capital reserve usage, which makes perfect sense because we're spending a lot of money on capital projects right now. Could you create a stacked bar that shows the different reserves? Do you understand what I mean? Where like blue is capital reserves and green is unreserved, so that you can actually see that that's what's being spent, because it's very confusing that it's all in one bar, but it's really the capital reserve.
Yeah,
that's
and
being
that's
spent.
what's actually left, residual. It's not what's being spent.
But the difference, you explained that the
Right.
drop between last year and this year
Right.
was because of the capital reserve spending. So what I would expect the
Right.
capital reserve chunk of that bar to get a lot smaller, but the
Yeah.
others to be
Okay.
roughly the same. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Okay. And then I think that I will hold on any additional ones till we get closer, because while I have some other questions, they're not at the level of detail I want to keep anybody here later for.
Okay.
Anybody else budget questions? Okay, before we adjourned, I wanted to take special note of Miss Andrea West, her very first board meeting, sitting in for Mr. Petrin. We thank you for being here with us. We are not usually here till 11 o'clock. This was an atypical board meeting. We had to do our whole agenda plus do the North Albany Edmund O'Neill piece, which was new. So that drives the agenda. So thank you all for being here so late with us, and have a good night. May I have a motion to adjourn? Ms. Alexander Mann, seconded by Dr. Chatur. All in favor? That is unanimous.